Thank you. I call to order this Planning and Transportation Commission regular meeting of May 26, 2021. And I welcome the public, staff, and my fellow commissioners. Mr. Nguyen, will you roll the tape?
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 981-2782-4487. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 981-2782-4487. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 981-2782-4487. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, will you call the roll, please?
Chair Heckman,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Awchak,
Present.
Commissioner Chang, Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Commissioner Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Fellow commissioners, I am having some unstable internet issues. So if they persist, I'm going to try to turn off my camera and see if I can stay connected that way. If I can't and I'm gone for a prolonged period, since our vice chair is not here tonight, I will sign back in as quickly as I can, but because our vice chair is not here tonight, I would suggest, based on purely on seniority, that Commissioner Awchak take the helm until I can reconnect. So with that, I would like to move into oral communications. So this section is for the public to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raised hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communication?
Chair Heckman, we currently do not have any raised hands.
Thank you. We will then move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And I do have a modification of tonight's agenda. As you can see from the agenda, we have two items. We have a public hearing regarding ADUs that is scheduled to go from 6:15 to 8:15. And then item 3 is the review of board handbook from 8:15 to 8:45. This is the third time that the handbook has been on our agenda. And I did not realize that the last two times that it was on, there were members of the public wanting to speak on that item, and they sat through our both of those meetings until we continued them, I think both after 11 o'clock. So I'm not wanting to allow that to happen again. But I believe that our item 2, the ADU item, is going to take longer than 2 hours. So my intention is this. After we will start with item number 2, and we'll take it till roughly 8:05 whenever we finish a discrete item. Then we'll take a break, and we'll come back at approximately 8:15 and take on the handbook item, and we will take public comment and complete it. And whenever we finish that, we will go back into agenda item 2. That way we're gonna get this handbook item on when members of the public are expecting it tonight. And incidentally, in this setup, we will be able to take public comment on item 2, the ADU item, before that break. I think well before that break. So we won't delay anybody who is here for that either. So that's the way we are going to handle that item. Are there any other commissioners that have other agenda changes, additions, or deletions? All right, I don't see any hands. Then we will move to city official reports. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you. Good evening.
Ms. Tanner, you're muted.
Thank you. I hovered over the mute button, but apparently did not push it all of the way. It's good evening. Good to be here with you all this evening. Just a few updates. First, looking back at City Council over the last couple meetings that City Council had and land use items that were at the City Council. So last week we had on Tuesday a meeting that was entirely about land use items. And so that was a new, I guess it's been done before, but not in the recent past, and perhaps a way to try to consolidate some of the land use topics for the City Council. So there were 2 pre-screenings for 2 different projects that the council considered and gave feedback to the proposers. One is on Wellesley, which is a proposal for apartments within an R1 zone under the PHC program. And the other, of course, now it's escaping me. It was a different PhD program, and I'm forgetting the address. But council also did give feedback on that. Commissioner Suma, do you remember the address?
955 Alma.
Thank you, 955 Alma, which I also confused with 855 El Camino, which is Town and Country. So those 2 projects did get reviewed by the City Council. And again, pre-screenings are not binding, but do give applicants a sense of whether they would like to move forward with their proposed project. We also had the map item that was before you all, and PTC unanimously recommended, which is 181 Addison, and that did get approved by City Council. And then council discussed the appeal of the RENA allocation, whether or not the city would like to pursue an appeal of that allocation from ABAG. The council did vote to pursue that appeal, and so staff will be working to file that by the deadline, which I believe is July 9th. The ABAG and HCD did just recently finally approve that allocation. I believe last week their board met to do that, and so that kind of began the appeal timeframe. So staff will be working on that. And then this past Monday, council had an item that was clarifying an ordinance about extension of planning entitlements and building permits. So you may remember when the pandemic first started, there was an ordinance that was put forward to make sure that that entitlements and building permits that were set to expire during the emergency didn't expire. Perhaps someone wouldn't be able to start construction or proceed with the project because of the great amount of uncertainty. And so that ordinance simply clarified how to count when those permits would expire. So I can go into that in more detail if the commission is interested, but I think it's a pretty well-written staff report that does explain for anyone who needs to know kind of the terms of that extension and how to apply that to their project and their permit. We also are continuing to work as a city on our housing element. And so next Thursday, I believe, will be our next housing element working group meeting. And so we look forward to that. It's 5:30 to 8:30, and that will be held via Zoom. And then the last update that I want to make is that we do have continuing to receive and process applications for safe parking. And so you may remember that our city has 2 safe parking programs. We have a public program at the Gang Road lot, which is next to the baseball field out there, the athletic center. And that is a 24-hour lot that is managed by the county through contracts that they have, and we lease that to the county. We also have a congregation-based program. And so the congregation-based program is any religious congregation or organization can apply for a permit to host up to 4 vehicles overnight at their site. And that's overnight only for those vehicles. We have 1 permit that has been issued, and that program just started last week. The permit was issued a while ago, but it did take some time to get it up and running. They reported they had 2 individuals who were using the program and 2 others that were on the wait list, and that is at the Highway Community Church on Middlefield. And then we have another permit that has been applied for that is tentatively approved, which is for the Unitarian Church on Charleston, 505 Charleston. And we have 2 other applications that have been received and are still under review. So that program continues to be processed by the planning department. And we do look forward, hopefully in the fall, we'll have enough information from the existing programs. Again, we only have 1 in operation right now to make some changes to that legislation. That is temporary legislation the council enacted January of last year. And so the final legislation or the proposed permanent legislation would come through PTC before going to council. So we are looking forward to that. Continue to help people in our community and being able to become even better program. So those are the updates that I have for you today. And I'm happy to take any questions that the commissioners might have.
Questions of the commission? I don't see any hands. Are there other staff reports for us to receive?
There are not any reports at this time.
And we will move into our action items, and we have 2 of them tonight. We're starting, as I mentioned before, with agenda item number 2. It's a public hearing legislative review and discuss potential ordinance changes to Palo Alto Municipal Code, Chapter 18.09, to consider regulations to encourage affordability for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. Before I ask for the staff report, let me lay out, in addition to the break, how I'm intending to handle this. So this, notwithstanding its estimate of 2 hours in our agenda, their staff is looking for direction on 14 different items, and each one of those will require a motion. So if you do the math on 14 motions at even 15 minutes for each topic, that's 3.5 hours. And that is, that would be great if we could get it done that fast. But what I want is, what I want to try to organize here is a very efficient way to move through this. And so the organization that I'm envisioning is we will receive the general overview staff report. We will ask questions that we may have of staff. We will take public comment. Then we will, each commissioner can have up to 2 minutes for some general overview comments. Then we will move into our 14 items. And we're going to start with 2 items off the second list, if you will, from the staff report, which is the term of the deed restriction and the income level. Then we will come back to the 8 that are listed first in the staff report, and then finish up with the last 4 from the second group. And for each of these items, we will get a brief staff slide highlighting the issue. We will then have a lightning round where each person in 1 minute can describe, sort of where they are on the issue. Every commissioner can hear it. Then we'll have a second lightning round on that item, another minute. And then I'm hoping we'll be ready for a motion, start working on a motion. And we will repeat that as we move through each of these items. I'm hoping some of them can be addressed pretty quickly. and you don't need to spend all the time allotted to you. So I see a couple of hands on presumably the procedures I'm trying to lay out. So let me start with Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Alchek.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify which action item we're on. I thought you said we were going to hear 3 before 2.
No, I'm sorry if I misspoke. We're going to start with 2 and take it until about 8:05. And then
I see.
we're going to pause because the item 3, any members of the public are expecting that at 8:15. So I wouldn't want to start that too soon and have somebody miss it thinking that, and so we're going to take a pause, do item 3 in its entirety, and then return to item 2.
So how does that work? Do we continue item 2 till later in the meeting?
Nope. The chair has the discretion to basically organize the agenda in this way. I was curious about that myself.
Yeah.
So no motion to continue is necessary. We've just made that adjustment to the agenda and we will literally just pause it while we take item 3.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Commissioners may be familiar with other bodies in other cities that sometimes do things at what's called a time certain. And so at the time certain that the item is stated to be called, other items pause, and then that item that has a time certain is called up.
Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, I think that's great that we're doing that to get these people who've been attending 3 meetings in a row some time on the dais. But my question was, you ran through the order really quickly. So would you just say the numbers again, how you want to go through the things? I want to write them down so I have them.
Sure. If you look at the staff report, we're going to start with item numbered 1 at the bottom of packet page 14, and then do item number 2, which is on packet page 15. And then we're going to go back in the staff report to packet page 11 and do in order Roman 1 through Roman 8, which takes us packet page 11 to the bottom of packet page 14. And then we'll finish up with items 3, 4, 5, and 6, which are start on packet page 15 and go over to packet page 16. All right. So any more questions on this process, which I hope will work and see us complete both of these items tonight at a reasonable hour? All right, seeing none, may we have a staff report?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you,
Go ahead, Garrett,
Commissioners, for your time tonight. It's another dense discussion on ADUs, which I'm sure is kind of a unique situation for many people. We don't normally try to cram so many things into one item, but the idea is we're trying to be a little bit more expeditious with some of these things to hopefully capture a lot more information at one time, so we don't have to have too many meetings on this. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, and can you all see my screen? I'm sharing my presentation.
Yep, we have it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so like we said earlier, we're going to be talking about accessory dwelling units. Specifically, what we're going to be talking about today are how we can try to incentivize affordable accessory dwelling units, which is a subset category of accessory dwelling units that aren't that aren't necessarily addressed by the state code currently. So to kind of overview what we're going to talk about, we're going to just give a brief understanding of what junior and ADU and junior accessory dwelling units and accessory dwelling units have kind of come to as of today. We're going to talk about the City Council's direction and potential policies that we're going to discuss today as well. So to kind of capture a timeline, last fall was when the council had passed the city's new accessory dwelling unit ordinance. This was an ordinance that complied with state law as well as provided additional changes, and they had directed PTC to continue refining that policy or those policies to find better ways to encourage accessory unit development. Now, in February and March, the PTC had discussed the non-affordability section related to what are potential ordinance changes to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And that, in addition to what we discussed tonight, is going to fill out what is going to be a future ordinance that we develop. And that timeline at the current understanding is that possibly June or July, late June and late July, we would be returning back to the PTC to identify these items, the standard items that we'd be adopting as our kind of, by right ordinance regulations that anyone are able to utilize, as well as these regulations that are specifically targeted towards benefits or incentives addressing or encouraging affordable unit development. And ideally then, following from that meeting of PTC, or in fall time, we'd be returning back to council with an ordinance with recommendations from the PTC. So to capture the overall items of what the staff report talks about, we talk about potentially allowing for reconstruction or expansion of non-conforming walls. We talk about potentially removing the requirement to have an existing garage to benefit from the state's parking allowances, which potentially could eliminate, or what currently allows for is a reduction in parking requirements on site. Potentially providing additional accessory dwelling units when an affordable unit is being developed, exempting basements from the floor area and maximum size requirements that the state law and our current ordinance includes, potentially increasing the maximum size of an ADU and a JDU, providing potentially reduced setbacks to the current standards, which are right now a 4-foot interior and rear side setback, potentially exempting development impact fees for these units, and also reviewing a potential for expediting reviews in addition to what are maybe some potential standards that or potential review processes that we have been looking to enact as of recent. Following policy considerations that are also in the staff report at the end is discussions on how we want to establish a duration for these affordable units, how long we want them to be affordable for, what are the income categories that we're trying to serve. Currently, the city does a job of trying to address its market rate housing, and staff would be more interested in understanding PTC's interest in establishing maybe a targeted moderate or low income category for these types of units. Additionally, discussing the income verification and leasing process, as well as how tenants are selected, as well as what are the potential program administration costs for doing that, and what are potential financing options that are available through the state, through state funds that we might be able to use for ourselves to help administer that program, or even potentially establish partnerships with other organizations that can help support financing for these for this type of unit development. So the input and the recommendation that we're looking for the PTC tonight is to identify what incentives we want to pursue and which ones we do not want to pursue. So similar to what we had discussed in the meetings in February, we're deciding on a policy, just making an action on which ones we want, an incentive that we want to pursue, and then tossing the others so much to the side to say, spend your time on this, not necessarily on that. And once we have received that input from the PTC, like I mentioned before, we'll be returning in about June or July, late June, July, to present a potential draft ordinance on these topics. We have additional slides that will showcase the items individually that we can discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. Questions of staff by the commission? Commissioner Alchuk, your hand is up, but I think it's just still up from before. All right. Questions by any commissioners before we go to public comment? I'm seeing no hands, so I will opening the floor. I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. And Mr. Nguyen, before I ask you for public speakers, I should mention that while Mr. Sauls has mentioned that there are additional slides he will be showing us on the individual items, those slides are provide information that's actually already in our staff report. It's just breaking it down on an item by item basis. So we feel that the public with access to the staff report and its attachments and this summary staff report on the front end have the information they need to make full public comments. So with that, Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do have one raised hand. Our speaker is, I'm sorry, we have two raised hands. Our first speaker will be Peter, followed by Keith.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Vin?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Balte. I'm a practicing architect in Palo Alto. I'd like to speak to three of the items in the staff report. Item number one, some flexibility in converting existing garages to ADUs is necessary to allow reasonable functionality. I suggest to you that you consider altering the daylight plane as a means of allowing this. Currently, a daylight plane of 10 feet, starting 10 feet high at a property line up 45 feet is what's required for a main house, whereas an accessory building is only 8 feet up 45 degrees. Consider just allowing a 10-foot daylight plane for accessory structures as a means to allowing a roof to exceed by 1 or 2 feet maximum on an existing garage structure. This will allow the interior to have an 8-foot ceiling, which is a reasonable and necessary thing. Secondly, when converting an existing garage into an ADU, it's unreasonable to require the replacement parking and then later expect someone to convert that back into an ADU by having a garage. On most lots in Palo Alto where a detached garage is necessary, you cannot also fit covered parking. There's just not enough width in a typical city lot. Therefore, an owner would be required to build a garage or a carport, then later take out a permit to build an ADU in the same place, just duplicating the approval process and wasting construction effort. It's contrary to city policy. It disincentivizes ADU construction. It's poor public policy. Zoning should be independent of permit sequencing. Thirdly, basements. You should allow basements under ADUs per all other current city policies. Many houses with a basement typically have the basement edge 2 feet 4 inches from the property line with a 6-foot setback and a 3-foot exit stair on the side, which is quite typical, and an 8-foot concrete retaining wall, which is quite necessary. You're left with 2 feet 4 inches from the edge of the property line to the edge of the foundation. Having ADUs having the same type of basement is approximately the same difference. There is no technical reason not to do it. The city currently has tree protection ordinances, currently has civil engineering and shoring requirements, currently has dewatering policies. All of these adequately address this issue. There is no technical reason to prohibit basements below ADUs. Lastly, I support the items that are mentioned in the letter referred in Appendix B from the Palo Alto Architects Group. They're all legitimate reasons. The issues before you tonight are not strictly based on affordability of ADUs. There's numerous other detailed items that merit your and City Council concern. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Peter, for your comments. Our next speaker is Keith, and looks like we also have a new raised hand from Nigel. Nigel? Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Up next is Keith.
Hello, I'm Keith Bennett. I'm with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. First of all, I want to say that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the dewatering ordinance permits and doesn't permit. The current dewatering ordinance does not restrict in any way the amount of water that is pumped or the rate of the amount of the water being pumped, or in fact, the amount that groundwater is lowered even 1,000 feet or 2,000 away from the pumping site. So hiding behind the dewatering ordinance, I think is misplaced. Our comments are not related to basements per se, but we are very concerned about basements in areas where construction of the basement will interact with groundwater. And our soils are the largest component of our stormwater management system in the city. Our soils absorb and transport about 80% of the stormwater in any given year. and basements impede that flow. Contrary to popular belief, with a normal basement, the water just doesn't go down and under the basement because of our soil structure, which is a layer of sand and clay. In fact, it goes around. So basements impede the flow of stormwater. And in addition, so they work as a dam that raises the groundwater level in surrounding areas during increasing events, increasing storm events that we would expect with climate change. And in addition, building basements without compensation reduces the stormwater storage capacity of our soil. We have regulations on the surface for permeable pavements, but it doesn't make any difference if there's no place for the water to go. So we would like to believe, our request is that all setbacks in areas where groundwater is a concern be at least 6 feet for the edge of the underground construction. The current ordinance, as you know, for houses, as Peter just mentioned, and in fact are too close, and adding more underground construction onto a lot is the wrong direction, and rationalizing it as its ADU is also the wrong direction. Again, our comments are strictly focused on areas where groundwater is an issue. It's not an issue in much of the city, but it is an issue also in a large part of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nigel.
Hi, everyone. This is Nigel, a homeowner in Palo Alto. I have submitted our plans to the individual review, and we've gone first revisions without any too many comments. And with the second revision, we received one that said that there was an issue with the ADU in terms of covered parking space. We are planning to build an ADU and not a garage, and there is no room on smaller lot areas within Palo Alto to build both ADUs and covered parking. So I don't think it is fair or good policy to have us build a garage and then remove it because we are building a new home at the same time. And so I think that should be independent of the way the permit is sequenced, as Peter has brought up previously. And we are also considering kind of renting it out to help offset the high cost of housing. So, myself and my wife and our new kid, we want to be raising our family in Palo Alto, but we're trying to keep the cost low as well. So we do want to ask that to consider that to remove the requirement for covered parking for the ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
All right, thank you to our members of the public. We will now move to the commission discussion. And as I mentioned before, the way I'd like to start is to give every commissioner the opportunity to spend 2 minutes with sort of overview comments, not directed to necessarily to any of the 14 items that we will be taking up individually, but more big picture. And so I'll ask if any of my fellow commissioners are interested in doing that, and if so, who would like to go first? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll lead off and see if anybody wants to follow me. So we have a discrete issue tonight it's a subset of the ADU discussion. In here, what we are particularly looking at is how can we encourage property owners to do something that we cannot obligate them to do, and that is to provide an affordable dwelling unit. How can we do that? And so that issue really, to me, begs the question: if we develop an ordinance with incentives to provide affordable housing units, but because of the way we do it, no one ever builds one, then have we wasted our time? And I think the answer to that would be yes. So my focus, as I looked at all of these 14 items, is to put myself in the shoes of a property owner who might be tempted to build an affordable unit, and what would it take to actually get them to do it? So those are my preliminary overview comments. Any other commissioners want to speak before we go to the individual 14 items? Commissioner Suma.
I did have a question for staff, and I was wondering if staff had looked at other cities. Maybe it's too soon in the lifetime of ADUs, but if other cities had success in this quest for incentivizing affordable dwelling ADUs.
So I don't know if Garrett, there you are. I know Garrett did do that. Do you want to describe where you're able to look, Garrett?
Sorry, I was talking but was muted. Yeah, no, I've definitely taken a look at a number of those, and the task force was helpful in identifying a specific instance that is included in the staff report here related to potentially providing an additional accessory dwelling unit. The city of San Diego actually has a program, or had established a program around the same time that we did our ordinance last year with city council, where they effectively established that you could, in a transit priority area, if for every unit that you provided that was an affordable unit, you could get another unit on top of that to an unlimited amount. And for every area that was outside that area, that was outside of a transit priority area, you'd only get one. That so far has been the only program I've been able to find that has mostly anything, to say the least. I've looked at a number of others in the Bay Area, and even looked at Santa Cruz. It didn't necessarily seem like there was a lot of information out there just yet as to how successful the program even was in the city of San Diego. It's so nascent that it's only a couple of months old, unfortunately. So I couldn't find anything that described how much interest there was on that yet.
Yeah, I think, and just to build on that, I think it is a pretty new untrodden territory for cities in terms of how to have affordable ADUs, and so we're on the cutting edge. So that's awesome, but also can sometimes be the bleeding edge. So you try something and see if it works. I think there are more programs in cities to help make it easier to build an ADU, either providing pre-approved plans or financing programs, some of those things, which we do hope to get to eventually, but that's more about increasing production, not necessarily the affordability of the unit to the prospective tenant.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other commissioners want to make preliminary comments before we go to the individual items? All right, seeing no hands, let's move then to our first of the individual items, which is item number 1, the length of time for the deed restriction. Mr. Sauls?
So I'm sharing my screen again right here. So overall, the topic discussed in the staff report about the duration of affordability really gets to what Assistant Director Tanner just kind of mentioned. This is a new territory where typical affordability is thought more of the 50 to 99 year time span. To echo what is identified in the staff report, what we have looked at so far, which, like I mentioned before, was the city of San Diego and limited other communities that have tried to establish an affordability aspect to their ADU development program, has really looked at shortening that time frame significantly. And what their recommendation at the time was 15 years for most units. We had also spoke with the task force about this back in December of last year to identify to them also that we were looking at how we could think of more ideas to put into this to try to address Commissioner Heckman or Chair Heckman, what you're kind of getting at in general, which is, we want to spend the time to make something that works, right? Not end up wasting it. So overall, their thought, and from what they had heard, was that the residents that they had reached out to felt more that a 5-year time period was appropriate. in terms of meeting affordability. I think staff has some concerns as it relates to the shortness of that period relative to the type of unit we're trying to provide. So what we're looking for the PTC to give input on is if there's a duration of affordability that we establish, that we have a clear understanding of what we're trying to go for. And it could be even something that may be tiered based off of the level of affordability. So for low or very low income units, perhaps there may be a lower threshold or a shorter span to the length of affordability that may be provided, whereas standard units might receive a more standardized 15, 20 year, 30-year time frame.
Thank you. So I think the way that we're going to need to do this probably logically is to take any commission questions before we start our lightning round. Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand is up. Do you have a question or you want to start the lightning round?
I just have a question. I was wondering about, recently we had a presentation about rents, and the structure was such that the new homes for a period of 15 years or whatever could be regular rent, and then after it, the rents were controlled more. Had you thought any about a structure like that for ADUs, where you'd have a faster chance of recovering the cost of the ADU before going into the affordable price bracket? And if you did think about it, why is this the recommended way to go? Thank you.
Yeah, in an earlier draft of the staff report, while we were working on it, that idea was considered, and that maybe we could establish that in conjunction with other policies like providing an additional unit, perhaps we establish a threshold that says 15 or 30 years is what needs to be achieved. And you as the homeowner may be able to choose which unit you want to assign to what. So that it might be something like maybe a year or 5 years for one unit, 25 or 29 years for the other. So that, like you suggested, you may be able to recoup that cost in a shorter time frame, as most of these developments can, especially in the Bay Area, be fairly expensive from what we've seen, numbers from $250,000 to $300,000, depending on the materials, the size, and most other things as a result of it. In the end of it, I believe, and we also have our housing planner with us today, Tim Wong, so he may be able to speak to this a little bit more. From my recollection, there were some complications with how that might get actualized in a program. And so more so we were looking to establish maybe an easier metric of just saying, here is, one threshold, and then here is another for, a standard unit, maybe a moderate income, 80 to 120% has this threshold, and a very low or a low income has a lower threshold or a different one. So it's a little bit easier to implement than trying to ensure that the homeowner is following through with maintaining a certain amount of time frame, because those can be very difficult to kind of track. It is not necessarily this day, January 1st, it's affordable, and it stopped at January 30th because they had a tenant move out and they had to find somebody else. That time period kind of continues. And so that was a little bit more difficult to kind of figure out that nuance.
Thank you.
And
Commissioner Chang, question, or you want to start the lightning round?
Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry to interrupt. I think Mr. Wong wanted to add a comment as well.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. Yes, Tim Wong, Senior Planner. Just to address Commissioner Templeton, generally, it is administratively harder to enforce when we have suspended the restrictions for X amount of years. Understanding your sentiment to try to have the homeowner recapture their costs sooner than later, but it is difficult to enforce to go from a market rate unit to a restricted unit later in the future.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
I had a question.
I had a question. So, Mr. Sauls, could you expand a little bit more on how staff arrived at the recommendation for 15 years? You had mentioned that you were looking at a few other cities, and I'd be curious to know specifically which cities, and just any other information you could give us about how you arrived at that number.
Sure. Yeah. So this time frame matches or mirrors the city of San Diego's time frame that they had established, which was 15 years. Ideally, it's again this unique situation where we don't have these kinds of units as a framework to kind of base it off of. And again, those typical affordable units are a much longer time frame, which a homeowner may not be so much so willing to continue, or it just may be difficult, as we've already discussed, to recoup those costs after such a long period of time. So the idea here was to try to establish a time frame that would provide a meaningful amount of time for people to cycle in and out of these units, rather than say say a year or two or a couple of years that maybe at a moderate income level or a very low income level. The idea was really to try to create a bit of a middle ground, that it would still give the city, affordable units for a decent amount of time, and not necessarily create one that was too short or especially long.
Follow-up question, Commissioner Chang. All right, then let's hear some commissioner comments on this idea of the length of time for deed restriction. As I said, I'd like to have this be a lightning round where each of us spend a minute sort of getting our idea, our thought out on the table, and we can have a second round to react to other commissioners and then hopefully have a motion. So commissioners, who would be willing to step up first? Commissioner Lowy, thank you.
Okay, thanks. The standard right now is 55 to 99 years for inclusionary PMR. And obviously affordable is, the highest demand that we have to solve for in the next round of RENA and beyond. I guess my concern is, we're doing everything we can to get more inclusionary units at 15. If we drop below the 50 to 99, number one, we're making these slightly less permanent. They're actually more like temporary compared to 50 to 99. And does that raise the question that we're intending to go back and revisit the 50 to 99 on other inclusionary? So whatever number is picked above 15 and below, say 50, it reduces the amount of time that these affordable units are going to be standing, basically. So we're actually building up with this approach a problem down the line that these folks are going to be taking that off because they can get more rents after X numbers of years, 10, 15, 20, whatever. So that's a concern, that there's an inconsistency there, and that we're essentially putting up almost like temporary affordable housing that's going to go away. I'm not even sure that would actually qualify under the RENA definition if that was our intent. So those are some of the concerns in my lightning round.
Commissioner Lowing, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair. I share the same concerns that Commissioner Lowing shares, and really, I don't know. I mean, 15 years is a really short time. Where does the person go after that? It's very challenging for us to find groups that want to finance affordable housing. So where does the person go? 15 years isn't even a generation. And does that unit then get removed from is there a deficit now? Are we down an affordable housing unit with regards to our RENA our numbers? That's problematic for me. And just people tend to stay in affordable units when they get them for quite a long time because they wait so long to get them. So 15 years would not be suitable for me. I would be more along the lines of closer to 50. Maybe there's a sweet spot somewhere in the middle that's below 50, but 55 and 99 being the normal, 15 doesn't really do it for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the time frame. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It also does feel flipped as far as being able to recover the cost. We're not talking about major corporations. We're talking about people that own a home and are trying to add an additional place to live on their property, albeit small. So I feel like, you know, that's a long time for a homeowner to carry the financial burden of creating these units, and eventually, perhaps after their lifetime, being able to rent it then at a higher rate, we lose the affordability. So it just seems a little bit backwards to me, and I'm happy. I invite staff to feel free to respond. These are my lightning round comments, but I'm just baffled because this feels like a lose-lose. I don't know how this helps motivate towards our goal of building the affordable unit, because it's harder for the builder and harder for the renter because they have a cliff when they have to move out. So I would love to brainstorm a little bit about what we can do to make this more appealing, but it's problematic. Thank you.
Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Okay, I originally organized my thoughts on the items tonight in the order the packet treated them. I'm comfortable addressing this question ahead of the 8 ideas, but I want to make a broad point about the 8 ideas and how they relate to this item, which is that they are, of course, extremely related, right? And if our goal is to actually incentivize wide adoption, to actually succeed in encouraging the development of ADUs, as our chair eloquently said at the beginning, for the purposes of affordability, and the extent to which this body supports the flexibility proposed should be directly proportional with this item's length. So, I mean, frankly, I think including 55 to 99 years in the staff report was a mistake, because it sets us in this perspective that that this is somehow related to below market rate housing, which it is not. Below market rate housing developers often partner with federal or state funding sources. They're in the business of developing units. It's the whole model of the ownership of the property is related to this concept. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking, first of all, to address something that Commissioner Templeton just said, any amount of ADU development in this city addresses our housing needs. Every time we put a unit that could theoretically house an additional family unit, person, couple, elder, we create an opportunity to address the crisis, which is entirely supply related. Now, there's the loftier goal of affordability. I'm sorry about this sunlight on this window, but this other idea of affordability is exceptional, because we're saying, you know, in addition to the expenses that you're going to undergo to build this house, we want to also encourage you to consider not just renting it, but also renting it for less than you could get. And that is a huge ask. So I would assume that anyone that supported the shockingly high 55 to 99 years would be very, very encouraging of the other 8 items. Essentially, you might as well allow them to build a 4-story, you know, multi, tenant dwelling, right? Because
Commissioner Alchek, can I have you wrap up your first 1 minute, please?
Yeah. Oh, it's 1 minute. Sorry. Anyway, so I will say this. the packet didn't discuss a couple of the ideas that I've already said in the 3 previous meetings. Number one, if we can measure the gift, for example, waiving impact fees, then we can allow someone to opt in or opt out. If after 5 or 7 years, they're incapable of continuing this relationship, they pay you back what they did with interest, something like that. We are probably kidding ourselves if we think that someone's going to opt into this for I imagine anything over 10 years. I would just add one more item here, that what is the difference between the deed restriction and the requirement that the unit be rented? If a homeowner builds this, rents it out for a few years, then sells the home, is the next homeowner obligated to actually rent it to a below income person, or could it sit vacant? I think those are questions we have to understand.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll check. Commissioner Chang, I see your hand, but I also see Ms. Tanner, and let me go to her first. Ms. Tanner.
I don't want to interrupt the lightning round. I just wanted, when it's done, I know Commissioner Templeton had raised some questions, so whenever this finishes.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to you after this first round. Commissioner Chang.
I'd actually like to hear the answers because maybe I won't have to speak. But I will just say that without the deed restriction, I think we may as well just, without an adequate deed restriction, I would say that we can just have a conversation about ADUs, right? My concern is that if we're really talking about doing bigger ADUs that might house families, and like Commissioner Suma said, when people move into affordable housing, they want to make their lives there. If this affordable housing is going to go away shortly, then we have a problem. That where are people going to move? And I love these ideas of, you know, slightly larger affordable units where a family could actually set up. You know, we always talk about like the school teacher who needs affordable housing. Well, they want to be able to have affordable housing with their family. And so I'm really concerned about 15 years seems just really short because people are going to get booted. And then what do we do? So that's where I come out on this. I don't know how to solve the problem though, because I do understand that it can be a pretty big barrier to homeowners.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. I think all the commissioners except me have spoken. So I will say that today I can build an ADU, not deed restricted, and I can rent it out for the market. So the question is, what's it going to take to incentivize me to not do that, to not maximize my income from the ADU, and recognizing that if I deed restrict it and am limited to satisfying some component of affordability, I hope you can still hear me, then what it means is I'm probably going to rent that for less than it's costing me. And so I'm going to lose money. And so the question is, on the front end, how many years will I be willing to lose money before I just say, you know what, I'm not doing that. So I think the number should be 10 years. Because I think that's a long time. And I think that if this works and we get 20 people building deed restricted ADUs every year, then 10 years from now, we'll have the first 20 roll out, but we'll have 20 new ones coming in, and we'll always have, 200 at any time. And as they roll out, of course, then they are just market rate housing, which we also need, which I could have built in the first place. So I like 10 years, and then we're going to talk later about a possibility of a second, or actually a third ADU, a bonus ADU. I think that should be 10 years longer than whatever term we agree on here. All right, so that's our first round. Ms. Tanner, you want to respond to some questions?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Chair. I did hear a question from Commissioner Templeton about kind of the order of operations. I think, as Mr. Sauls explained, putting the affordable time period on the other end, let's say 10 or 15 years after development, I think does create a bit of a similar challenge, but different in that whomever is living there at that time would need to be removed from the unit unless that person income qualifies for the affordable unit. And I think it could create an administrative challenge of, making sure that we have a appropriate flag in our system that is there 10 or 15 years in the future to notify that owner that they now must rent to someone else, different from who they'd be renting to. So it may be easier to have the affordable portion be in the front end for a given period of time. It clearly begins on a certain date and it clearly ends on a different date. I do think, just to perhaps going along with what Chair Heckman had said, part of this is to recall that this is additional. So again, the existing ADU rules apply and are available to any property owner where residential property is allowed, residential uses are allowed. We typically see single family homes adding ADUs, although multi-family buildings are eligible to add ADUs under state law as well. And so this is talking about what incentives, which are the later items, would the commission and the city ultimately be willing to extend in exchange for a period of time for which the unit is affordable. And I would say, 99 or 50 years is longer than the typical mortgage in the United States, and maybe longer than the typical homeowner tenure. And so that could be a challenging time frame for a homeowner to commit to, and again, to actually yield the affordable ADU. And I certainly do agree, whatever time frame we choose, even if it's 99 years or 50, when those affordable units turn into market rate, there's always a challenge. And it is not necessarily pleasant. And so I do want to recognize that that's a fundamental just discomfort with the program, and that it isn't forever, but for a fixed time period.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. All right, we're ready for round two now. Commissioners, you've heard each other. Preliminary thoughts. Do any commissioners wish to speak more or react to anything they've heard? Commissioner Alchek.
Thanks. I'll just try to jump in. I have lots of thoughts on this. I didn't get a response from the director or any of the staff members about what happens if a new homeowner decides not to rent at all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Garrett.
Sorry. So I mean, the deed restriction runs with the property, so they would be beholden to it as well.
Right, but
any future homeowner would need to rent that unit as an affordable unit as well.
So the homeowner is required to be a landlord, or if they elect to be a landlord, they have to be an affordable landlord?
I think we would argue the former. And I think we unfortunately don't have our normal city attorney here, so we would need to look into the legality of that. I know there are some efforts underway in cities to ensure that ADUs are actually rented, or typically it's creating a fee or some type of penalty if you don't rent it. So it's, there's a way to get around it, but those are also not fully developed or implemented.
Yeah, I think these are some of the questions we need to better understand, because maybe being a landlord in a certain period of life makes more sense, but being a landlord forever doesn't. I think what you're asking tonight, first of all, I want to sort of state for the whole concept, which is there are a lot of people interested in ADUs. There's nobody interested in an affordable ADU development right now. The only way someone gets interested is if you give them something really exciting tonight. And so my concern is that for a large number of the items 1 through 8, I don't think they're particularly appealing for the sort of person who wants to build an affordable ADU. I don't want to get into them now, but basements are the most expensive part of an ADU. So the most expensive part of construction, and they add a tremendous amount of time. So the sort of person who's trying to create something affordable isn't likely trying to build the most expensive version of that. And so what happens when you say it's got to last for 55 years and you're trying to appeal to someone who wants an 1,800 square foot ADU, which is the sort of ADU only the kind of person who probably has no financial constraints could build. And then what sliver of the population is that? So for me, subsidizing, waiving fees, waiving permits, faster services, and not necessarily creating a whole slew of different looking or different sized or different placed ADUs are more appropriate to this discussion. And then the question is, because those don't mean you're living with an ADU that you wouldn't have otherwise had, then the discussion of the affordability becomes easier, because you can say, look, you were granted this and we expect this, like a contract. And if you can't live up to that, then we can maybe have a clawback. Now, not necessarily saying I know exactly how that works, but I have some real concerns that we're working on something that won't succeed. And so I second this notion of a 10-year, and I don't know that it'll result in 200 units over 10 years or whatnot, but I would suggest that the only way, what I would suggest from everyone is you all have a sense of where you're going to be on the other issues tonight. So unless you're really bullish on the other items, I just can't imagine who's going to do this. Who's going to build the 55-year deed restricted property? And what about this setup is going to encourage them to do it? And so I think that you have to imagine how you're going to act on the other items when you vote on this one, because if you plan on being, conservative, then this is the nail in the coffin to the whole thing.
Commissioner Alcheck. Other commissioners for a second lightning round. Commissioner Suma, thank you. Followed
Yes,
by Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, not to say that 55 to 99 years, I agree that may be unrealistic for homeowners opposed to a affordable housing person. Maybe 30 years is a sweet spot. A lot of mortgages run in that direction. I just think, and I'm really concerned that hardly anybody will want to take advantage of this, even with the incentives to me aren't really great, but I do think if we're going to do it, we have to make it a meaningful contribution to the lives of people that want to live in Palo Alto and can't afford to do that. So I don't want to jump ahead of the process, Chair, but I would be willing to make a motion here when you're ready.
I'm sorry, my internet cut out. I think you were saying you'd be willing to make a motion. You're muted now.
Sorry, I said I didn't want to jump ahead of the process, but I'm willing to make a motion when you are ready to entertain them.
Thank you. That could be very shortly. Right now, I only see Commissioner Lowing's hand up.
Yeah, and I have, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're on as well, so I'm not on screen. So do we have any data, the question to staff, I should have asked earlier, do we have any data at all on what, average rents are for ADUs? And I have a follow-up point on that.
Sure. Yeah, so unfortunately, there's not really a lot of databases available for this. Primarily what we're able to find is what we can see online on things like Craigslist or apartments.com. And the prices that we found have varied significantly, anywhere from something being, $1,800 a month to $4,000 a month for any size of these units, which has also varied between 300 and 900 square feet. So
and when you're looking at these numbers, they're actually detached ADUs?
From what we can gather, they appear to be, yes. The images aren't always so great in terms of what people upload onto the internet, but most of what we're able to see are ADUs. It's unclear if most of them are detached. Some of them may be attached.
I don't think actually any of them are yet, but anyway, so the question is, as a couple of people are alluding to here, Commissioner Alcheck and Commissioner Suma, and we may not actually have a problem here. In other words, if they're already getting very low rents like 1,800, it doesn't sound low, but it is for Palo Alto. Then jumping through all of these hoops to also potentially later down the line in our conversation, add potentially a third ADU based on just data from San Diego. Maybe that's just too much because they're already getting a good deal on the cheap ADU, which is exactly what we expected. So I think we have to keep that in mind.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. As we start to think about making motions, I'm going to just throw this out there that personally, I think this proposal from staff has could benefit from this discussion and another bite at the apple, because I'm not feeling very confident in the staff recommendations. I do think the discussion is really helpful, and I wonder if there's any possibility that people would be interested in continuing this discussion, but potentially continuing this item. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I feel like there's going to be a lot of feedback tonight, and it's going to be hard for us to necessarily come to consensus on recommendations at this point. Thank you.
Let's see. Commissioner Lowing, I think is your hand still up from before?
No.
It's newly up.
No.
Now it's down.
Yeah.
Sorry. Frozen here. Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, so I picked up on Commissioner Sumo's sort of motivation to make a motion. I think bullet 3 on the slide in front of you. No one's even addressed that. The idea that we have a motion right now that wouldn't even touch upon bullet number 3 seems insensitive to the goal. Would we create a shorter time frame for deeper affordability? Yeah, why not? I mean, again, I think you're asking the most affluent community in the world to, out of the goodness of their house, out of the goodness of their hearts, spend anywhere between, I guess, as little as $30,000 and as much as $200,000 on building something that, those who have the individuals with less, finances to build this are less inclined, right, to walk away from affordability. And it's not the affordability, it's not how much rent they get. It's the idea that they're going to go to this list of people who qualify that can't get housing anywhere else in Palo Alto, that those individuals may have a chance, and that's going to set a new market. So the rate that they're getting on the market, 1,800, is low. But when you only can offer it to the 3 or 4 or 2,000 people on a specific list, that number gets even lower, because the number of people who are on that list is much lower than the number of people in general who'd like to find a place to live in Palo Alto. So this is market driven. If you can't get a person on that list to take the number because it's too high, right, you need to keep dropping. So there's a lot here to unpack. And I agree that the city should get something if it gives something. Question is what the city is going to give. And unlimited basement isn't it. And making the permit process faster so they don't have to build the garage and then refile to use the garage as an ADU, you should be doing that anyway. That's not it. Those aren't the things that are going to get people to do this. I would suggest to you, and I've suggested in the last 2 times we talked about this, that a city subsidy to encourage this would go a long way.
We're focused right now on the term. The city subsidy actually is coming up later in the meeting.
I acknowledge that. My point is that if we're going to come together here and say 15 years, then my assumption is that collectively there's some acknowledgement that we'd have to be really bullish on how we're going to incentivize a random Palo Alton to take on that deed restriction, which basically is us asking them to operate like a charity. Because nobody builds affordable housing for profit. They're required to do so. In the city of Palo Alto, we require for-profit developers to build a certain number of units for affordable. The only people that are doing it for, not for free, but for a living are the non-for-profits. And so there are a number of things we're going to talk about tonight that probably should be allowed anyway. It's like other cities are having a much easier time allowing flexibility in the ADU process. There are some things we need to figure out tonight that are going to create this incentive. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a sliding scale here. Right now, based off my sense of what we're going to accomplish tonight, I don't think 5 years is going to be enough, short enough. And if there was some sense from the makers of the motion or the people who are going to get behind a higher number, that they're willing to get really, really bullish, then okay, fine. Then this exercise is worth the time. So I agree with you that those items aren't on the discussion table, but they are, because it completely undermines I can't, if I say, you know what, I'll come together with you on 15 years, but we don't get any consensus on anything else, then my first vote was useless.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Alchek. Let me, I guess, Commissioner Templeton asked an interesting question, and let me talk about that for a minute. This is a challenging item, and that's, I think, a little bit reflected in the way we tried to reorder it, because it's interdependent in a lot of ways. And Commissioner Alchek was just, making comments along that line too. And so it's really problematic. How do we decide term before we decide the next item, income level? But if we did it the other way, you'd be asking the same question. How can we decide income level before we decide term? And so this is the quandary of this. And I don't know how we solve that problem in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I think, and so that's why we decided to do it this way, take these kind of overarching issues first, term and income level, and then dig into the particular incentives. So that's now, if it's the will of the majority of the commission to continue this, I'm willing to go along with that if we have some concrete plan for how we're not going to be in a near identical situation whenever we do reconvene. And I'm open to hearing those ideas. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. One way we could approach this perhaps is to have the discussion on all the items before making a motion so that we can understand those interdynamics and where we're converging. I don't know if it's a great idea, but that's what came to mind and wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, I almost, well, I did want to ask staff a couple of things. We don't have a legal representative here tonight. Do we have people from Alta Housing here tonight?
We do not. We do have a legal representative. It's just that Mr. Shimizu is not the land use expert that Mr. Yang is.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Alchek that there's an awful lot to unpack here, and you make a decision on one thing and it affects the others. I think we're talking about this as an action item when perhaps because there's so much to understand here, and so few comparable programs, really just one that staff found to look at. But council specifically directed us to talk about this issue. So I'm happy to do that. But I do feel like it's pretty premature in a way. But I want to hear from more of my, I have a strong feeling that if we do this, it should be a meaningful contribution to affordable housing, and that the same number of people would probably, there may be people out there that would offer an ADU to another family on their property at a lower rate anyway, but that aren't going to be happy with the deed restriction. So I know of one person that is building an ADU for that precise reason, because a lot of people care about that issue in Palo Alto. So I have very mixed feelings about it, but if we do go ahead with this, I think it should be at a meaningful level. So I would be willing to make a motion kind of following that line of thinking.
All right. So I'm interested, before we have that motion, I'm interested in feedback on Commissioner Templeton's idea that maybe we go through we do it a little differently. Instead of having 14 discrete votes, one subject at a time, we talk about all 14 individually, and then we have a series of motions, perhaps in the order that I had intended to lay this out: 1, 2, then the first 8, and then the last 4. I'm open to that idea, and I'd like to know what other commissioners think about it. Commissioner Olczak, your hand is up. Is it?
Yeah,
talk about that?
I'll respond to the question. I was hoping to say that I like this idea. I think actually, for the purposes of like memory, and since we have a little bit of an interesting sort of breakup tonight, I think if we went through the ideas and did sort of decide how we feel about each one of them, and then came back to this item, it would be easier. And I would suggest to you that I think some of the suggestions fall into the camp of realistically appealing to the sort of person that would build this, and a large group of the items don't. And so once we separate those two in the discussion, I think we'll be in a position where we can say, you know, I don't think anybody here would disagree with the idea that the longer commitment, the better. The question is what we're going to agree on here going to be sufficient to justify that commitment? And that's so. I think that suggestion that Commissioner Templeton made is good. I think we could even have a little more finality, not necessarily go back to item 1 at the end of 14 and then vote on it. We could do 1, then 2, then 3, and then or Roman numerals 1 through 8, and then come back and say, okay, do we think we have enough to justify this kind of commitment, and how do we want it to work with the levels of affordability and et cetera. I also agree with Commissioner Templeton's sentiment that understanding how this works in how it's exercised, I think would help. I don't think we really appreciate how the sort of mechanics of this would work. And that might need more time from staff to sort of develop it. And then the last thing I would mention is I'm a little concerned with the mentions of San Diego and their program and their 15 years, because their 15 years might be based on a specific set of flexible options that we may not even be entertaining. And so it's hard to compare one to the other. But it would have been nice to maybe for the next time we do this, to have a slide that says just, do they have tranches for affordability? If it's adopted, I don't know, how do they execute the deed restriction, and how does it work in terms of a homeowner who doesn't comply? What happens to them? Can they opt out? Whatnot. So I'm in favor of this idea that you asked for responses of, and I'd be keen to do the lightning round version to get back to this point.
Commissioner Olczak, other commissioners want to weigh in on this process idea of running through the items before we vote on any of them, so we can at least get a sense of where we all are? Commissioner Lowing.
I think that's fine, and I appreciate the suggestion from Commissioner Templeton. Part of this, as we've already seen, is that this whole thing is new for us, ADUs in general. Secondly, it's new for lots of folks, and so there's no data. And we always get, I think, appropriately frustrated when there's no data. So when it comes down to a lot of these, we're going to be speculating just on the point that you made, Chair Heckman, which is, what would I do if I wanted to put this up and get benefits for my ADU? That's kind of market research with one person. So I think it's going to be tough with the lack of data and sort of defining the problems, but a way of getting out of that is what Commissioner Templeton's suggesting, so I support it.
All right, thank you. So I'm inclined to do this, and let me ask Commissioner Templeton a question as the originator of the idea. Do you think it would be sufficient if for each of these items that we would go through before voting on any, we just had a minute lightning round on each, or do you think we need two rounds to discuss each and then move on? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think that we were able to come with our initial thoughts and then respond to each other. And that was really helpful with the item we've looked at so far. That's just my opinion, but it was helpful for me to hear where everyone stood and then talk it through. Commissioner Heckman may be having internet troubles there.
Yeah,
okay.
I can't tell you how frustrating this is
Oh.
to get, you know, fragments of sentences. And that's why I keep turning on and off the video to try to capture it a little bit better. At some, maybe at the break, I'll try to relocate and sit on top of our router and see if that
and reboot. I can't tell you how often that helps with Zoom, but I digress.
Okay, well then let's do it this way. And so I'd like to, we'll move from this length of time discussion to item 2, the income category. We'll do everything I said before except take a motion and vote. So we'll hear from, we'll get the staff bullet points. We'll have 2 lightning rounds, and then we'll move on and hopefully get a sense of where each of us is. And then we'll move on to the next item for the same process. So can we have the staff slide on? There it is.
Great.
Sure.
Garrett,
Yeah,
if
so
you can
this-
go over this, and then I do have something to add when you finish up the slide.
Sure. So this is fairly straightforward. Primarily, we would want to understand PTC's interest and appetite for directing or organizing the category that we are trying to achieve in terms of our income levels with this program. Right now, we currently meet our market rates fairly well. It's really the moderate to low income target areas that we are currently not performing well. And I have a table that I can show you at the end of this. But overall, we're wanting to understand if PTC has a preference for directing these units to satisfy the moderate income categories or target specifically any sort of low income category, and whether that is of value in terms of how we establish this program or not. So before Assistant Director Tanner, if you want to go ahead, I'll move down to the slide that I was thinking to share.
Great. And this slide Garrett's going to shows how we're doing right now in our current RENA cycle with the production at the different income levels, so with very low, low, moderate, and then above moderate. And then the percentages on the right are the percentage complete of the assigned RENA allocation. So you can see in above moderate or moderate, we're at 9%, and in low income are about 15%. The information that I wanted to add, I think might help with the conversation. And I want to thank Tim Wong for sharing it with us. It's the income table that shows the rents with associated incomes. And so our local Alta housing table has not been updated. So Tim was able to locate the San Jose table. It'd be pretty similar in that we have the same overall, our county has the same area median income. And that comes down from HUD, from the Department of Housing and Urban Development federally. And so the AMI is from the federal level and then down to the cities. So I think you can see my screen. It's a wonderful, and I mean this in the best way, government created table. So it's kind of hard to read. And what you'll see here is the kind of the apartment along the top. So an efficiency apartment, a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom. And then in this center column, or the most right column on the screen, is the income level of that unit. So 100, if someone's at 120% of area median income, which you may recall 80 to 120 for our category is the above the moderate group, sorry. The efficiency rent limit is, for example, $3,177 a month. And if you kind of go down to, let's say, 80%, and if it were, let's say, a 2-bedroom ADU or apartment, the rent limit is 2,724. So again, the person's income is decreasing, and so the rent amount is decreasing. That's why even though it's a 2-bedroom, it's less than the efficiency of the 120. So this could give you a sense of what those limitations might be on those theoretical affordable ADUs at the different levels, just to try to get a little bit of perspective, because we don't have a lot of data on how much the rents actually are in existing ADUs, but we can think about what the limits would be under the program that could be established. So I can send this to you all by email, so you'll have it. And then also we can make sure that it's added to the post on our website for this staff report and this item.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tanner. So let's have, so we've heard from staff. Are there questions of staff on this discrete segment? I see Commissioner Templeton's hand up. Question or like?
I do have a question. Yes, thank you, Chair. The slide that we had up before the HUD one had percentages of levels of housing. Can you remind me, I believe you said earlier that we don't know what portion of any of these levels is represented by ADUs. Is that correct?
So currently they would fall underneath the above moderate or the market category, right? Because currently we don't have a program that establishes anything specifically for a moderate or low income.
Well,
area.
didn't somebody just say that the rents were like $1,800? Was that you? Because that
Yeah,
looks
so
like
what we-
that could be the real world rent that someone is paying, but that doesn't necessarily dictate where it falls in RENA. So RENA doesn't say what are the actual rents that a unit is charging and divide it up. It says, is this unit deed restricted to be affordable or not? Then it gets to go into one of the categories. If it's not deed restricted and it's not an affordable unit, then it's assumed to be market rate, even if that market rate is lower than the average rate. Does that make sense?
yes, it does. So by implementing a deed restriction program on ADUs, which are already by their very nature affordable, we will automatically move numbers from this section to, or from above moderate to any of the other categories. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Right, let's have a lightning round on this income category. Who would be willing to speak first? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Thanks. I think it's really attractive if we really can target the 50 to 80% AMI. I've always wondered why we consider 120% of AMI to be low income when it's market, right? I mean, that's like it more than 50% of people can do it, then it's market. So I think it's a very attractive idea. That's my comment.
Other commissioners for the 1-minute lightning round? Commissioner Templeton.
Sorry, I've got another clarification question because Commissioner Chang just asked a really good question. Can you clarify, can staff clarify why we think 80 to 100% of AMI would be affordable housing in Palo Alto? Does that have something to do with the HUD numbers being countywide or?
So sorry, continue.
Nope, go for it. Thank you.
So I think it's important to separate the area median income from the housing market. So what HUD does is calculate what is the area median income. Just because an area median income, for example, in Santa Clara County for a household of 4 is $151,000 roughly a year. That's a fairly high income in most of the United States and even in, quite frankly, in most of California. However, a household's ability to pay their rent depends on what the housing market prices are. So the housing market prices in the Bay Area are very, very high. So even a high income earning household may be low income when it comes to being able to afford the market rents that they are facing. So you might recall from previous conversations, if a household is spending more than 30% of their income on their household housing costs, then they are a cost burden, and their housing that they have is not affordable to that household. So I hope that helps to understand why 120% of area median income, that household still could have a hard time competing and paying a reasonable amount of their income for rent in the Bay Area and in Palo Alto.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tanner. That's very helpful.
All right, so I'm seeing Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Suma, then Commissioner Lowen. Lightning round. Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is like a common, this particular knowledge about how the 120% factors in, I think, is a really important thing for commissioners to understand. The big takeaway here is that 126 average thousands is the median income in Santa Clara for a 4-person household. And if you made 120% of that, you'd be, I don't know, let's say $150,000. And there's no household making $150,000 that could afford to live in Palo Alto. Just doesn't work. And it's certainly not to buy, right? And so I like to use a different number, which is the starting salaries for teachers. It's very easily accessible. I can send that PDF to any of you if you'd like. Palo Alto Unified starting teacher salary is $67,000. I think what we should be asking ourselves is, do we want to be the kind of town where a local teacher can live here when they're just starting their career? Or do we need them to commute from Hercules? And then the question becomes, from affordability standpoint, is if you make $70,000 a year, what is the determination that your housing is unaffordable? Well, that's on the that discussion is in our packet, right? I think maybe staff can help me find the page. It has to do with the degree to which something is unaffordable is how much of a percentage of your income you're required.
30%. 30% or if it's higher than 30%, it's unaffordable.
Right. So we're really trying, that's who we're talking about, and you have to qualify. And so would it be great if we could provide housing for individuals who meet the criteria of very low? Yes. Those aren't the individuals employed in the unified school district. But so, I'm not suggesting that we only consider teacher housing but what I'm trying to suggest is it's a distraction to think of it as 120% is somehow like these people are doing fine. I think the bigger question is, here's my advice, which is that if it's good enough for the city, it should be good enough for us. So if the city operates within the 80 to 120% AMI, I think we should apply the same standards, not just because it makes sense, but because it's going to be easier for the typical resident to identify the salary that they're assisting. It's going to be very easy to say, look, when you are helping somebody, when you're looking at someone between 80 and 120% AMI, you're looking at somebody like a first-year teacher. And I think that would be a selling point for the program. And again, I think if you're talking about trying to create housing and ADUs in R1 from just very generous residents, it's going to be a bigger sell to say, oh, well, we actually really want this just, targeting 60 to 80 or even lower. I think that's complicated. So for those reasons, I would support the first paragraph of item 2 on packet page 15.
Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Lowen.
First, I am comfortable with 80% AMI at the high end. I don't think it's just teachers. I think it's anybody that works in Palo Alto. It could be janitors, it could be busboys. I mean, for me, it's not just teachers. And even though I also care about that. But wanted to ask staff why on the other slide, you don't need to go back to it, but you recommended 50 to 80% instead of 30 to 80%, which is more consistent with kind of the range for BMR housing. BMR is typically 30 to 60, but I think a lot of people think 80 is appropriate here too.
I think we aligned our recommendations with the BMR program, which is, I believe, the 80 to 120. And so, typically the very low income, and then there's extremely low income, which in RENA is wrapped into the very low income numbers, are served by 100% affordable housing, which I believe we did indicate. I believe the current BMR program is set at the 80 to 120 range. Tim, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to clarify a little bit more, yes, our BMR ownership requirements are 80 to 120, and when we did have BMR rentals, they were lower though. They were in the 60 to 56. Sorry, it's been a while. 60 to 80 range, but for rental it was lower. But
Right.
80 to 120.
So I think we did align with that. And so we didn't push lower because, again, those are typically units that are provided in 100% affordable housing. Again, doesn't mean the commission can't choose that, but we also, I think, had in mind our typical applicant, which is a homeowner and not a larger multifamily building that's adding ADUs. So again, trying to think about how that might be administered or again, how they would recover some of their investment in the ADU and have that be sustained.
Okay, I guess I was thinking of the larger BMR housing projects, which are typically 30 to 60 AMI. If my colleagues are comfortable with 50 to 80, I guess I would go along with that. I sort of think it leaves out those very low people that we're also trying to house, but maybe we think that's not realistic for this situation. But that's where the need is very great there. So I'm tending a little bit more towards that, depending on what the comfort level is with my colleagues.
You're allowing.
Yes, thanks. I would actually disagree with Commissioner Alczyk's comments, starting with this table that's in front of us, where it shows that the major problem is moderate on down, not with above moderate at all, which we've already almost hit in a very bad cycle. And when you look at the goal for the RENA cycle, 57% is what I call truly affordable. So that's where we need to emphasize. Over 100% for this use, I don't think makes any sense at all. And I could be comfortable with 80. It's specifically for this use is what we're discussing. And I think the use case was cited as if it was the core basic metric of one teacher with a starting salary in his or her first year. I don't think that's the right use case at all. That's not realistic that someone could live in Palo Alto in their first year out of college. It's just not. But if two teachers moved in together, they made almost 150,000, then they could. So it's just the wrong use case to be making a global decision like this. And I think we absolutely have to emphasize in all of our affordable housing, but we're talking about this tonight, this under 80% is really difficult to make happen. And it's really what we want for mechanics and gardeners and, all kinds of folks. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chang.
So this will be my second time. I'm not sure that Commissioner Templeton spoke once on this already, so I'm happy to wait.
Thank you for reminding me. Commissioner Templeton, and then I will make my initial remark. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioner Chang, for your thoughtfulness. I read this table as moderate having the highest level of need. And while we do also need low and very low income housing, I feel like what we have heard from our staff and our affordable housing developers is that that is produced in a slightly different way. I do feel that moderate income housing that mirrors the city's BMR program does seem to be the most realistic in terms of what we can expect individual homeowners to build. While I do agree there are probably a few people in the city who could build and sustain low and very low income housing on their ADU project, I find it very unrealistic that that would be the case for most homeowners. So if our goal is to encourage people, the moderate income housing seems to be both the area of highest need and the most likely to get built in this program. So that's the direction I'm leaning. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Templeton. I share those sentiments. To my thinking, when you look at this table, it really tells the tale. We are not developing and haven't in the first 5 or 6 years are moderate. That's the most lagging number. I don't believe that individual homeowners faced with building an ADU, which they can rent at market, so that's part of the 92%, or taking a deed restriction, getting some concessions and renting it for the kinds of rents that you can charge if you're limited to very low or low. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think anybody will do that. And I think the market has shown us that people are not generally doing that, that the way that those very low and low are getting filled is with these not-for-profit builders that are infilling that. So I think we have this missing middle of moderate. And if we could move that 9% up appreciably with this tool, I think that would be great. And so I'd be supportive of setting the income category for these deed restricted affordable units at the moderate level. Okay, Commissioner Chang, you're up for round 2.
So just a clarifying question, and moderate is before I make my comment, a moderate would be 80 to 120. Is that what we're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so my comment is this. So I'm looking at the table at packet page 10, at the top of packet page 10, and I'm trying to do my own calculations to generate the table from San Jose. But essentially, if you look at one person, I think that the example that Commissioner Alchek gave is a little bit misleading, because a teacher making $67,000 would qualify in the low income category on this table. And what I worry about is all, this housing getting snatched up by people who, like, we're not addressing the low income folks at all either, or hardly addressing it with the table that's on screen. And if you look at, say, a median income individual with $106,000, and 30% of that would be what? 30 that, I can't do math right now while also talking. 31.
Commissioner, what are you trying to figure out?
So the rent for that person would be around $2,600 for a studio, right? That seems like
for what the income group? Sorry, what's the percentage?
For a median at 106.
So yeah, so if someone's at the area median income, so at 100%.
Right,
area
at
median
100%. At area median income for a studio, you can charge $2,600 a month.
Right.
Ish,
yes.
approximately. And so based on the information that we heard earlier, that's what people are currently charging for their ADUs. That seems plenty reasonable to me. In other words, we need to work on according to this table, moderate, low, and very low pretty badly. So I would cap it more around that moderate range so that it seems, looking at the numbers on the table and doing my quick back of the envelope calculation, that meets what we're charging, what is out there on Craigslist right now for ADUs. So that's I think I stick to that range, moderate or lower. I mean, like 100% of AMI is kind of what I'm saying based on this table.
Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Alchek, you're next. You're muted.
Yeah, okay, so the 126,000 represents a household. So the number I cited earlier, and I sent the PDF to Assistant Director Tanner so she could share it with you, which is the compensation for teachers from 1 to like 30 years in our Palo Alto Unified. I think, look, this is a really good example of our commission split. And what I would suggest to you is if you want to allow these individuals the perks considered tonight for developing an affordable housing unit, and you also want to limit it to the lowest, so the lowest amount, lowest tranche, then you have to remember that you're creating an incentive for people to maybe not consider this option at all. And I think what I'd like to say is that 2 teachers in Palo Alto who make $150,000 together are really incentivized not to live here because of the cost of housing, right? Now, when we're talking about the ADUs, we're talking about potentially things as small as 500 square feet, 400 square feet, and as large as 900. Maybe after today, a little larger, 1,200. These aren't really super large units. I think that using the 2014 to 2020 RENA number and saying we've done a good job is a mistake. We're about to see our numbers explode. And every story in every paper is about how young people can't afford to live here. The people we need to rely on can't afford to live here. Our caretakers, our service people, our teachers, our police, no one can afford to live here. And this doesn't, Palo Alto isn't going to solve that problem for all of its employees in the ADU, but this is one of the 1,000 levers that need to get pulled all over the Bay Area to increase supply. And so I think that this is sort of an irrelevant conversation. We use the system that's already in place. By the way, there's a missing component here. You don't just go, okay, you make you qualified at 80 to 120%, so I get to charge you X. No, not unless there's somebody willing to pay that on the list of qualified pre-approved people that you have to spend $500 to $700 to to pre-qualify. So there's this process that we've all heard the story about how Stanford homes are cheaper because the market for Stanford homes is smaller. Fewer people can bid on that home. As a result, the prices are lower. They are not pushed down mechanically. They're pushed down as a result of the demand. And so that's not to say a Stanford home can't sell for a lot of money if somebody really starts a bidding war and they go crazy. But on average, they're lower because there's less competition. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about saying this is reserved. This whole pocket of stuff is reserved for these individuals. And so as a result, I think it's wrong to look at a table and go, oh, the rents are going to be this, which is, well, that's the average we're getting. No, I think the rents would be significantly lower because you would have to find someone willing. And most people make that decision. How much of my income do I want to part ways with just so that my commute is lower, just so that I can manage my standard of living? And I want to make that bigger point, which is this is a story that the teachers are talking about constantly. It's the hardest part for our local schools and a lot of our local institutions. Attracting talent to this area is difficult because of the commute. So I use that as reference because I understand Palo Alto's priorities have a lot to do with children and schools. So again, I think you have to paint a picture. Who are we trying to get this homeowner to rent to? And who's the example? Who's the poster child? And that's why I would suggest that we don't spend too much time with this because it's so minutia. I think if you're going to say just very low income, then we're going to have just as many very low income units built as we had in the last 10 years, which is hardly any because nobody is in the business of essentially operating a charity. That's what it takes.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. So we are looking for second round comments on this the discrete issue of what you think the appropriate income category is for these incentivized deed restricted ADUs. Commissioner Suma.
Just a quick question for staff. If you could remind me where 50% AMI comes in, is that low or very low?
Ask if Tim Wong can answer that, or Garrett, if you know the answer, but
I
Tim,
believe that
either.
it comes into low, and Tim can confirm that.
It's right at that border, but it is technically very low income. Very low income is defined as 30 to 50, and low income is 51 to 80.
Okay, so I'll just reiterate that just an observation that one of the reasons Stanford owned homes are cheaper is also because they're not purchasing the land. They have a long-term leasehold. So that's an issue there. But I am still comfortable at the 50 to 80, capped at 80. I also observe that once you get up, who's interested in this idea is going to do it because unless they're really interested in helping out and they see it as a social good. So I think that when you get up to over 100, the cost of the unit is discounted such a tiny way when you get 100 and 120. And I think people forget that there is still value. There's still rent coming in at 50 to 80% AMI. So I think we should keep that in mind. And I'm not sure this will be very successful at all, to be honest. And like I said earlier, I do think people could just decide without a deed restriction to charge less than market rate because they want to. And or they might have some sort of relation or know the person from their work or in some way. But if we are going to do it with a deed restriction, I think it should be at a meaningful income level that we're trying to address. And so that would top at 80% AMI for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Other second round comments before we move to the next topic? All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so, I am seeing a hand. There we go. Commissioner Templeton.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to remind you of the time. Are we still taking a break and switching topics? Can you remind us of the process, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so I was wanting to wait until approximately 8:05 because I wanted to start our next item at 8:15 rather than early. And so I was thinking we will at least get the staff report and questions out of the way on this next item. Then we'll take our break till 8:15. We will pause this agenda item 2, take agenda item 3, complete it, and come back to agenda item 3. All right. So if we can have the staff slide for this item is Roman 1, the expanded reconstruction of non-conforming structures.
Okay, thank you. So to kind of cap this whole conversation related to this topic, it's really important to understand what the current standard is. So the current standards for any sort of non-conforming walls, which are typically walls that are closer, taller, or closer in terms of setback requirements that would typically be allowed, or taller than what would typically allowed within those spaces. And sometimes it can be both of those. So the current standards that we have in our code are to simply think of those buildings as shrink wrapped, in the sense that they aren't allowed to expand. So if you have a 1950s carriage house garage, that structure may be limited to a very small height, and would therefore, if it's currently within, say, a 4-foot setback, the areas within those setbacks aren't allowed to be expanded at all. Otherwise, it would require the structure to be relocated to a conforming location in order to be built to the height that would be otherwise allowed by the state and city code. The policy proposal that was worked with the task force letter number 5 and proposed to staff was that we would be able to allow some minor increase into these non-conforming spaces to determine them to be, essentially or roughly the same type of structure. And so the proposal was to allow for up to a foot in height addition, as well as up to 6 inches everywhere else to be able to expand in order to provide for in the result of a conversion of a garage, for example, in a non-conforming location to an ADU, it would allow for a minor expansion that would still result in substantially the same type of structure. So that was one policy proposal. A potential proposal also would be to establish a predetermined envelope that applicants can expand to. So the staff report identifies one example as being allowing developers or allowing homeowners to develop an ADU up to, say, 10 feet or 12 feet with a specific type of roof pitch or a specific type of daylight plane within the area from 0 to 4 feet in terms of your interior or rear yard setback. Again, when you're converting a structure that is otherwise non-conforming. So what we're looking to receive input on for the PTC is how open how open you all are on, these kind of policies and increasing what would be considered a non-conforming structure where it's kind of counter to the standard process, which is to eventually eliminate those at some point. Those non-conforming situations or conditions over time would be eliminated at some point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Saul. So we're going to take questions now. I'd like to have any questions come out of staff, and then we'll take our break. Commissioner Chang.
So, Mr. Saul's question for you about why the proposal is 6 inches and 6 inches for out and 12 inches higher. Is that to allow for insulation or something else that is typically that, like, why those numbers?
Yeah, that's correct. It is ideally to provide a better opportunity for providing insulation and kind of squeezing what is oftentimes the case is that you have this, again, shrink wrap concept externally, but as a result, you also have that internally. So you aren't able to really budge or move those spaces much when you try to develop something that wasn't intended to be used as habitable space into habitable space. And so there are different kind of requirements for, say, fire and building life safety requirements, and insulation can oftentimes be one of those things that kind of adds some thickness to it, which means interior wise, it's going to shrink, basically, is what's going to happen. So the idea for the 6 inches was to, again, try to provide some additional dimension for people to convert these structures and not necessarily create something that is going to be overly large relative to the existing structure, and try to provide flexibility while reducing overall impacts.
Follow-up question on that. So then was the intention, is that only in the event of a reconstruction then? Because are you saying that for a complete demolition, the staff recommendation would still be to just put the wall back up in the same place, but allow it to further allow it to push even further out into a setback?
Yeah, so the ordinance currently allows for reconstruction effectively, but it would be reconstruction to the same extent as the non-conforming situation exists. That's how the current ordinance is written. This would allow for potentially reconstruction and expansion to a minor degree.
And perhaps just to add to that, I think part of what we understand from the architects who've been outreaching is that, demolishing a structure and starting over is typically probably more cost effective, because you're taking structures that were not intended when they were constructed for human habitation, a garage, a shed, what have you. And so there's a lot of changes that need to happen to that structure to make it meet, as Garrett said, our life safety codes and just modern standards of what one would expect in a housing unit. So to cram that into or try to fit that into and retrofit a building is a lot of work. But if they can say, okay, it can go up a foot, well, that might give some room for interior spaces. Again, and as Garrett kind of said, insulation or other types of things, that's the 6 inches on the side. So to give that flexibility, where currently, as Garrett mentioned, as a city, we tend to say we want your non-conforming use to go away eventually. We don't want it to continue to persist in the same location. And so this perhaps being an incentive to try to, again, ultimately lead to the affordability. But of course, the PTC could say that they would like to see this just be a general part of our ADU legislation, regardless of affordability.
Okay, Commissioner Lowing, we're asking questions of staff.
Right. The question to staff is, if we were to allow this along the lines you described and it would be specifically codified, what would be the minimum setback at that point? If I calculate it right, is it 3.5 feet, or can it get even more limited than that?
So one thing that we'll discuss later, it could be lower. It also depends on what the existing structure is. So many times you have a garage that may be wedged right into the very corner of a property, either in the back, right, or left corner of a property. And oftentimes, as we've seen in the last 4 years since our new ordinance has taken into effect, that's become the predominant pattern for people to develop these units, is a garage conversion, mostly detached.
Okay.
Right. I'm not seeing any other questions of, I am seeing a question of staff. Commissioner Suma.
Yes, thank you. So if demolitions and a new conforming structure is preferable and is often less expensive, why wouldn't we want to incentivize that instead of, is it because a historic look or something of the garage, or?
I think that Commissioner Suma, that this would, the building would still be non-conforming. I think as Garrett is referencing, we have a lot of garages that are converted that are at the corner, rear corner of the property, so they're not set back at all. And so if someone wanted to demolish that and say, I want a 16-foot tall ADU, well, they're gonna have to move that 4 feet off the property line, because now they're kind of headed into the territory where they're kind of getting rid of their non-conforming building. And so we're saying, okay, well, your new ADU has to conform. This is proposing to say you can keep that same footprint or that same location in that corner, but you get 6 inches on the side to make sure the walls can conform. Maybe you get 6 inches or a foot or whatever the PTC decides on the roof structure, but you're not, moving the building 4 feet off of the property line. Does that help make it a little clearer?
Yeah, I was just wondering why, if it's cheaper and easier to do a demolition and a new one, but I guess what you're saying is it might eat up the yard. And so for me, this is a little bit related to Roman numeral 6, which is also about setbacks. And I will say that because of all my years on the Development Center Customer Advisory Group, and Mr. Sauls just mentioned this, that structures that are in the corner, which a lot of garages are, on the property line, and I don't know if this law was changed. I know that people at the Development Center very much wanted to change this law. They become a conflict because to fix up or paint or your building, you have to have access to your neighbor's yard when they're right on the property line. So, and I know that was a big problem historically. So I wouldn't want to create that situation where it doesn't exist. You really do need to have room to go around the backside of buildings, whether they're dwelling units or garages, to do maintenance. So that's my concern.
Right now, we're just asking staff questions. Later on tonight, we'll get into our lightning round.
I'm sorry, I should have phrased it more as a question. If it would.
Is there an answer you need?
No, but I just would. Would this allow for that situation to occur, where it takes something that was not on the property line and puts it on the property line?
All right. I'm not seeing any other questions of staff on this item. So we are going to pause this item, agenda item number 2, we're going to take a 9-minute break. I have 8:11. We'll come back at 8:20. And at that point, we will take up agenda item number 3, the board handbook. We'll complete that item, and then we will return to agenda item 2 and discuss where we are in the evening and in that item. So we'll see you back in 9 minutes. Thank you. It appears that we are all present. And so thank you, everyone. I have relocated from the freeway to the pond, and I'm hoping that that will help with my internet stability. And we will move now to pausing item 2. We move to agenda item number 3, review the city boards, commissions, and committees handbook, and recommend adjustments to implement the handbook's directions. Ms. Tanner, is there a staff report on this?
Yes, there will be a brief staff presentation. Just one moment. I'll bring that up. Good evening, commissioners. Just want to do a really short presentation regarding the board and commission handbook. And, really just want to emphasize that it will be brief. If I can advance the slide. There we go. So the purpose is to promote awareness of the handbook amongst all of our boards and commissions. So the Planning and Development Service Department has 3 boards and commissions that we staff: Planning and Transportation Commission, Historic Resources Board, and the Architectural Review Board. So we're doing an item like this with all of our boards. We also want to allow an opportunity for questions and or discussion. We'll note the city attorney and city manager's office are the lead on the handbook and associated items. And so some questions I may have to take down and get back to you all later on. And also want to highlight some of the differences between the handbook and the PTC's practices. I also want to make the commission aware, and I will say this is something I was only made aware of recently after the publication of the staff report, which is that on November 20th, 2020, when the council adopted the handbook, they did create some changes from the dais, which you can see in letters A through H here. The first was to adopt the handbook and to use the ARB as a template for the boards and commission applications, to direct staff to implement the changes in the handbook, update the HRC description for around HISRAP and to include HISRAP and emerging needs, modify term limits for 3-term positions for the Historic Resources Board, Architectural Review Board, and 2 terms for all others, keep the membership of the Human Relations Commission to 7 members, and apply term limits to currently serving board and commission members who would be eligible to reapply for additional terms. And lastly, to require staff reports to be provided to boards and commissions 7 days in advance of each meeting. So some of these changes were not incorporated yet into the book itself. And then additionally, some modifications are going to be further discussed by the city council. So for example, letter E, term limits, is a discussion that's scheduled for council on June 1st. And so we do look forward to hearing what council does decide about term limits and if there are any changes from the current proposal. And this slide just shows, like the table that's in the packet, what is in the handbook, what the current PTC practice is, and if there's any adjusted recommended change. And so you can see that one of the kind of most monumental changes probably would be changing to verbatim minutes, which we currently don't have. Some are minor changes kind of behind the scenes, yearly attendance. I do want to look at number 3, or the third one down. Board and commissions need to submit a yearly work plan for council approval. So as of last Friday, departments were notified that they need to create a work plan for submission to the city clerk by this Friday. And so what I will do is create a staff generated draft plan, and then we will discuss that and agendize that for our June 9th meeting. And then if the commission does approve the work plan with any modifications, that would be presented as an at places memo for the council's consideration on June 22nd. I do apologize for that timeline, but we just were made aware of that at the end of last week. Staff liaison to adjourn the meeting if there's a lack of quorum. the last item on this table, terms to commence on November 1, is an additional item that will be considered on June 1st by the council when they are looking at the ordinance that would effectuate some of these changes. My understanding is that term commencement day may change from the proposed. So we will wait to see and certainly update you on the change and where it settles. And then, I don't know why today I'm having trouble advancing my slides. There we go. Members, this again, the term limits is the topic of the first line. Letters of resignation, who to address those to. Mandatory training shall be provided. And so we did have trainings that were provided, and hopefully you're able to attend or to watch the videos that have been made available. And then meeting procedure should follow the City Council's rules of order. So staff will prepare some changes for the PTC procedural rules to conform to the council rules of order. For example, no substitute motions are permitted, I believe. And so that was something that we want to make sure we align. So that's the end of the presentation. I do want to note and call out Mr. Vin Nguyen, who did help with the development of the staff report. We continue to look for opportunities to develop our staff and provide opportunities for growth. And so I think he did a really great job on his first staff report. So thank you for that, Mr. Nguyen. With that, that concludes the staff presentation.
Ms. Tanner and Mr. Nguyen. Job well done. Let me start with any questions that commissioners have on the staff report, and then we can move to public comment. Commissioner Chang.
I don't know if this is quite a question on the staff report, but it is a question about other things related to the handbook that I read recently as I was oriented, because Mr. Nguyen sent me a bunch of things, including the PTC procedural rules. So I just noticed an inconsistency between the PTC procedural rules and what we have on our agendas often. So my understanding is that public comments are limited to 3 minutes, but then comments on any individual agenda item, according to our procedural rules, says 5 minutes, but like on today's agenda, it says 3 minutes. And then similarly, in our procedural rules, it says that groups are limited to, I think it's 15 minutes. Groups are limited to 10 minutes, but on our agenda, it says that groups are limited to 15 minutes. And I have no stake in which way it is, one way or the other, but I'm hoping that we can be consistent, because I think it's confusing to us and confusing to members of the public who are planning to, they're timing themselves, like, should they be timing for 3 minutes or 5 minutes? So that was just a question about what it should be.
That is a great point. It is an inconsistency. And I think that when we do come back with the updates that we need to do our procedural rules, that could be a discussion. I believe that, in my understanding, again, as a inheriting, from past ways the board has run, is that I think it became practice, and maybe Commissioner Alchek knows, I don't know if it's been different during his tenure, but that the chair can, I think it's up to 5, but the chair can limit to 3. And I think perhaps that became the habit, I'm guessing. And so instead of saying 5 and then continually limiting it to 3, I think that maybe the agenda got updated just to say 3, even though it's the chair's discretion to limit it to 3 or to have it be all the way up to 5. With the group comments, I'm not sure how that got confused either, but I think it is a point that we do need to decide what we want to do and then true up all of our documents to be consistent.
These are questions on the staff report before we go to public comment. Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, I just want to fill some gap in. I think that that's almost exactly right, Assistant Director Tanner. I think the idea originally why they lowered the number was, and I don't know that they did it in the right place, but was the idea that it's always better to know you have more than to know you have less. And so while most of the meetings in the beginning of my tenure allowed people to speak for 5 minutes, but they maybe didn't come with 5 and then find out that it was only 3. It was sort of the reverse. They could be 3 to 5, but they prepared for 3, and if they were given 5, it was a bonus. So I think that's why, but I don't know that it's necessarily good.
All right, any other questions? I don't see any. So we will now open the floor for public comments. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raised hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do have a couple of raised hands, and we actually do have a group that will be donating their time. And I just want to remind everyone that if you are donating your time, you do not need to raise your hand. So I will be lowering the following people's hands: Keith, Nielsen, and Mary. If that's incorrect, please raise your hand again and we can address that. Okay, our first speaker will be Chris, followed by Fred. And I will also be lowering, actually, I will also be lowering Annette's hand as well. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I had, well, actually 4 points. The first relates to what the handbook calls successful meeting management and getting through items in a timely manner. And in my mind, I think that means the commissioners need to really stay on point, formulate their thoughts, not rambling, not going off topic, or what the handbook calls grandstanding. And I think that's really important to make sure there's sufficient time to allow everybody to be heard and the agenda items don't get pushed or moved and there's sufficient progress. So if anybody is not doing that, I think I would encourage, a process for coaching and a warning. And I don't know exactly what happens if that's not being met, but I think that's a really important thing that there's always opportunity for improvement on that front. The second point, which Rachel talked about, was the staff reports being released to the public 7 days prior, which is great. I think that also needs to apply to colleagues' memos and even more importantly, presentations. So sometimes there have been instances at PTC where there's material that's really new or slightly different or a different twist. And that shows up and you don't know what it's going to be in there and it's different than it's in the staff report. So I think those presentations need to be also maybe not 7 days for presentations, but sufficient so that the public and the commissioners can review them and have a chance to respond. The third topic is about public engagement. I think it's absolutely critical to keep Zoom as well as YouTube. YouTube allows people to watch it at double speed for people that whose brains go faster than people's mouths. So I think YouTube and Zoom are really critical and making people, that's one of the benefits of COVID, along with cleaner air quality. So I think we should keep that even though when we go back to City Hall. And I know there's legislation contemplating requiring Zoom, but that to me doesn't matter. I mean, the legislation is a minimum requirement, and I think Palo Alto deserves better than just the minimum. We should just make a policy to keep it, and I will mention that as well to council. And then the last one has to do with the transcripts. I don't really, my understanding, and I spoke at this Finance Committee, is the budget went back for, or at least it was recommended to go back, the 63,000 to do the full transcripts for full transparency, which I think we can all agree there's opportunity for improvement on that. So full transcripts and verbatim should not be discouraged. I think council will hopefully reverse that. I know Pat and Eric Filseth were proponents of that in finance. So I hope we do go back to, or keep that, I should say. Thank you very much for your consideration and for putting this book together. And I think it'll be very helpful.
Thank you, Chris, for your comments. Our next and last speaker is Fred. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand now. Fred, I see your entire group is here, so you will get 10 minutes. Fred, if you're there, you can unmute yourself now. Fred, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself and speak?
Mr. Balin, if you're speaking, we still can't hear you. You should have the unmute button in the lower left corner of your screen, I believe, if you're on a computer. I don't know if anyone from Fred's group can raise their hand and help us to get through to him, or perhaps speak in his stead if they are ready. Do you want to try again, Vin, to unmute him?
Yes. Still no response.
Yeah, Mr. Balin, can you unmute yourself? Is there anyone from Mr. Balin's group who feels that they could speak in his stead? Or we can provide the phone number, Mr. Balin, you can call in to provide your comments. Maybe is Ms. Sanders part of his group, or Mr. Bennett?
Yes, both of them are part of his group. I'll go ahead and allow Ms. Sanders to speak first.
Thanks.
Oh, hi there, everybody. Yeah, I could call. I can call Fred, but maybe Mr. Bennett has something. So I'll just I'll call Fred right now and see what's going on with him. Thank you for this extra time.
Thank you. And maybe we can unmute Mr. Bennett and he can share if he has any insight.
Looks like Fred has rejoined on a second account.
Okay.
Fred, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, you may want to log off your other account. You'll have an echo, I think,
All right,
until
hang
that
on a
happens.
second. Let me try and do that. Sorry for this confusion.
It's okay. There's got to be some kind of technical issue in the meeting on Zoom.
Okay. Let me log off the other one. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. So if there is no echo, I'll start. And thanks for those residents who donated their time to me. Good evening. And many thanks to all the appointed officials present and past who have lived up to the letter and spirit embodied in the city's new boards, commissions, and committees handbook throughout their public service. The handbook includes much needed codification of expectations for preparation, attendance, and punctuality, of roles and responsibilities, of procedures, and of adherence to a code of conduct. The chair or vice chair as a stand-in is entrusted to set a positive tone, ensure the effectiveness of the group process, that items move along without delay, all members are heard in a fair and safe manner, and to intercede when called for. Ways to handle conflicts were presented during a March 31st training session for chairs and vice chairs. And at a late hour at the end of your meeting 2 weeks ago, after a commissioner's question about process was misinterpreted as an insinuation of unethical commission behavior and as a personal affront, the chair calmly and appropriately disabused those notions and the crucial fault line between addressing the topic but not the person was upheld. Amidst the fine work in this guiding document, there are two very significant changes approved by the council related to increased transparency and good government. There is also one recommendation that works counter to those goals. Let's start there and quickly help put it to bed. Staff is recommending that verbatim minutes of the commission be discontinued. This dubious idea has been raised in the past as a way to save money, but with advances in speech recognition technologies, such as the Zoom transcription I get on my screen, it's even harder to justify. The proposed change would make it much more difficult for the public and council to prepare for subsequent meetings or for citizens to research past issues. The proposed replacement, quote unquote, sense minutes will not cut it in word or deed. Enough said. Let's move on to better news. Not explicitly called out in the staff report or within the presentation tonight, But within the handbook is an important change to the process related to quasi-judicial items, those in which commissioners in effect act as judges regarding variances, conditional use permits, home improvement exceptions, planned community and housing zone applications, appeals, and other matters where exceptions to existing code are requested. 2 decades ago, when Karen Holman and Pat Burt were on this body, commissioners instituted a procedural change in which communication with an applicant or the public was strongly discouraged on such items. This procedural change led to a shared commission norm that kept all discussions on quasi-judicial items in open view and greatly improved public confidence in the commission's work. Some applicants, however, did not like it and brazenly displayed their disdain in front of the commission and or excoriated the commission afterwards, particularly during 2 notorious planned community applications for what are now Alma Village and College Terrace Center, whose plans this body did not recommend. Both decisions would be appealed to a city council, which had no strong prohibition on speaking with interested parties at any time. That policy led some commissioners, as well as members of the public, to view the commission's work as greatly diminished if, concurrent with or even prior to the commission's hearings on a quasi-judicial matter, applicants and or their agents were interacting with council members and counting noses. Moved by this dissatisfaction, council changed its procedures and protocols handbook in 2011 to support the role of boards and commissions in making independent recommendations to council by discouraging such communications outside of any noticed public hearing prior to the final recommendation of the Architecture Review Board or the Planning and Transportation Commission. But by that time, a gradual change in this commission's composition had produced a majority that wanted to act more like the council. And so, akin to 2 ships passing unnoticed to each other in the night, just as the council was tightening its rules, that planning commission voted to loosen up its own by removing its strong prohibition on such communications. It tried to soften via some new disclosure options, which were soon ignored. The city council this past November 30th reinstated the former commission policy. On your packet page 63, or also handbook page 24, middle of the page, for quasi-judicial hearings, communications with an applicant or any member of the public is strongly discouraged beginning from the time an application has been submitted and until final decision is reached. In amending this body's procedural rules to include the council's directive, the added disclosure options from 2011 should be removed. Also of great significance is a new council requirement, not in the handbook, but thankfully mentioned tonight, requiring staff reports to be provided to boards, commissions, and committees 7 days in advance of those meetings. This is a much needed and belated follow-up to the aftermath of the 2 projects cited earlier. In those days, council packets were released on the Thursday prior to a council meeting, and too often followed with significant later revisions before or even at the scheduled meeting. City Manager James Keene moved the packet release date back, first by 1 day to Wednesday, and following the implementation of a new agenda management system, an additional 1 full week. Agendas and staff reports. A major change in transparency win that staff in the clerk's office was able to seamlessly implement. It is very important now that once again, staff, the clerk's office, and the city manager work together to implement this new policy of an extended packet release window for all boards, commissions, and committees as soon as possible. Of course, this mandates these items be simultaneously released to the public. I noticed that this week's PTC packet was released on Thursday, 6 days prior, rather than Friday or often Monday. You're getting closer. We have been living in very strange times, tremendous hardship and disruption, and yet for those who make it through, ways to see the world differently. For anyone who complained that voices here are skewed because only certain people can attend and speak to commission meetings, a new argument will now be needed. Can you imagine any way in which Palo Alto's future for public meetings here at the council, at other boards, commissions, and Brown Act compliant committees whether decentralized across public official homes or gathered together once again within City Hall or another location, can ever go back to a world in which the public must appear in person in order to speak. That is history. So let the new fuller engagement continue and flourish with continued release of verbatim minutes here, full compliance with the new quasi-judicial procedures, and release of agendas with complete staff reports for this and all other boards, commissions, and committees a week prior to their meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, for your comments. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you, and thank you to our members of the public who spoke tonight. So I will bring this back to the commission for a discussion. And so I'm not intending to put a time limit on our discussion here, but I would encourage everybody to get to the point if they have comments on the handbook, and then let's figure out what. Well, actually, let me start with a question because it's not entirely clear from the agenda what staff is looking for here. First of all, it's an action item, so I would think it would need some kind of motion. And would the motion be to either adopt it or to recommend adjustments to implement its directions?
Certainly, I think, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Certainly, the commission could, kind of simply concur that, we agree, we've received the handbook, we understand its contents, and we will adjust our commission accordingly, because that's what the work staff would do afterwards. The only caveat is just, that the handbook is changing again, but what I assume is that if the council changes it, then those changes will kind of flow down to that. So that might be the motion that could be made. Certainly, if there are things that the commission would like us to push back or write comments to council regarding, that could be another item that the commission may wish to convey comments to council.
And thank you for that clarification. So commissioners, who would like to lead off with their compliments, questions, or concerns about the handbook? Commissioner Chang.
First, thank you so much, Mr. Nguyen, for putting together that table that kind of digests where we are now, what we're supposed to be, and what we need to do to close the gap. That was well done. I just have one opinion on something, which aligns with the most recent public comment. The handbook says that verbatim minutes are discouraged, but it doesn't say that they're not allowed. And I do understand that they are cumbersome. That said, they're also really, really valuable for understanding the context, because as Commissioner Alchek so often says, he wants to put more information into the motion so that any reader of the motion can understand what we were really trying to get at. And I think that the value, since what the PTC does is create a recommendation, it's really hard to get the color behind the recommendation without the verbatim minutes. And so what I would suggest is that we do have summary minutes. I think that's also very, very, very valuable. If somebody just wants to understand bottom line, what happened at the meeting. It's very cumbersome to dig through, 100 pages of verbatim minutes. But I would say that I want to keep the verbatim minutes too. So can we have both would be my question and suggestion.
Certainly. So just for information, and I don't want to say yes or no because I kind of don't know, but I would assume we probably can. We do have a service that transcribes our minutes, and so that's how we do get that those done. So we can check to see if they could, they've already transcribed it. Could they do sense minutes as well? Would be what I would want to ask that firm if that's a service they provide.
I would note on that while I am waiting to see other commissioners raise their hand, that if you look at our minutes even today, at the end of each item, there, and in fact, maybe at the end of the document, there's already a summary of all the motions from that meeting. So I would imagine that it might not be difficult to break that off into a separate document and give us both minutes and verbatim minutes and summary.
Yeah, and then we could post that with the minutes. Often what happens for council, you'll see the action minutes and then the full minutes. Or I don't know if they're going to do full minutes, verbatim minutes as well, but we can have both posted separately for ease of access.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with my colleagues. I think verbatim minutes are invaluable, especially for very complicated motions for the public and even for us. I mean, sometimes I like to go back and read them, and it's actually easier to flip through the minutes than to flip through a video and find what you're looking for. So I just I'm glad it's a suggestion and not a requirement. So I think that's about it. Thank you.
Mr. Lowing.
Yes, thanks. I think we should stay with the current minutes and then do the sense minutes as well. They both have value, and I think the cost is de minimis, and you heard from whatever it was, essentially 5 or 8 members of the public, that would be advisable. The biggest issue for me on this is, the PTC work plan. So I think we should chat about that. I'm actually surprised sort of globally that the requirement is for each commission to be done by June with their annual plan, which they only have 6 months to implement and then evaluate. So I don't really buy that, but that's outside of our purview. But in our case, we're so at the mercy of, and this is a good thing, at the mercy of delivery of stuff from council for us to take a look at, and laws and applicants, that, and I say this respectfully, we can't even figure out 2 weeks in advance what our next issue is, let alone our strategic plan for the year. So this is going to take some work on our part to meet the requirements. Appreciate Ms. Tanner doing the draft of the first one. But maybe at the same time, there's an opportunity for us to, in doing that, as I did on another commission, propose to council that there's some things that we think that in our next 6 months, 12 months, we really should be looking at and kind of get their sign off on it in advance. So I think it's an opportunity as well, but I think that's going to need some work. So I think that's the fundamental thing for me.
Mr. Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if staff could clarify, there was a public comment that that said that commissioners should not interact with applicants. And I was wondering if you can clarify that, because I know in the past applicants have reached out to us, and sometimes we meet with them and sometimes we don't, but it would be good to really understand what the expectations there are. Thank you.
Certainly. And I will say my internet has also been troubling. So if something happens, please shake your head or do something to let me know. And that's why my camera's also been off a couple times. And I'll ask Mr. Wong or Mr. Shimizu, he may have some additional comments on this, but my understanding is that when we have a quasi-judicial item where we are acting kind of, you are all acting as kind of the judge, once that application is submitted, I understand that it's discouraged to meet with applicants outside of the commission meeting. That I think is the advice. And so, an applicant may reach out before they've submitted their application or before it's subject to PTC. And I understand that that's kind of what the focus is. It certainly isn't in the hearing, but it's really more about the ex parte communication. Mr. Shimizu, do you have any knowledge or further advice to add to that? I'm assuming it may be similar for council in terms of how they are advised to deal with quasi-judicial items that they may have.
I'm sorry, could you just say that one more time, the original
So,
question?
Commissioner Templeton's responding to a comment from the public, kind of suggesting that commissioners at certain times should not have ex parte communication with applicants who have a project. And I was surmising and using my lawyerly instincts I've picked up from working for a city to say I think that's particularly applicable to quasi-judicial items, that perhaps after the application's been submitted or the matter is before the PTC, that's really when the ex parte communication would be discouraged to occur. I don't know if you have further insight into how that should be handled by commissioners.
So I think as the handbook is a new living document, we'll see if council would like to give kind of additional direction or guidance on how much emphasis they're placing on this and what, and so it's a question that I'll take back to my office, and Albert and Ms. Tanner can fill you in as we get better guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Shimizu, and incidentally, welcome to the PTC. We're happy to have you filling in tonight. Other commissioners with initial impressions or comments? All right, well, I'll provide a couple of my own. Well, Commissioner Templeton, you want to? I see your hand up.
Yes, sorry, I wanted to throw in my comments. I agree with what Commissioner Lowing mentioned about the work plan. I think that this is, it seems unusual for the Planning and Transportation Commission, given our current setup is so dependent on council. I believe that was his phrasing, and it is, and we do have a hard time with the look ahead. And I believe we are more of a responsive body than one that looks ahead as the commission itself. Now, understand that the Department of Planning and the Department of Transportation may have goals for the year that they work out with council, but I'm curious how that would work. And we're happy to try it this year and give feedback, but I'm concerned that it may eat up a lot of cycles, and we're a very busy commission. Thank you.
All right, so I guess I have a few comments. First of all, on the verbatim minutes, I really think that is the essence of our work. And other commissioners, I'm going to be echoing to some extent things I've already heard you say. But that's really the heart and soul of it. And I think for us just to provide summary minutes to the city council on our recommendations is nearly valueless, because our items are almost never simple, and you really have to understand the context for the motion, which can be simple. And without verbatim minutes to look back on, you just can't do that. So I'm glad that they are discouraged rather than prohibited. I intend as the chair to keep using them, and we'll provide the summary version until we're told by council that is a problem. I do think that in putting together this handbook, the council seemed to have tried a kind of a one-size-fits-all approach, and I don't think it really works because the nature of our various commissions and boards are very different. And so there may be commissions or boards where you really don't need verbatim minutes, and that's fine. And this work plan, I think, is a great example. I was in a meeting last week where somebody from the Arts Commission was there, and it turns out they set goals. They want to get X number of pieces of art in public places in the coming year, and so for that you need a work plan. But as Commissioner Templeton said, we are responsive, or really almost purely reactionary. We just take what is sent our way. We're not trying to accomplish things that originate here. And so I think a work plan is awkward for us, but it sounds like Ms. Tanner and staff are going to give it the university try, and we'll see what they come up with. And I expect what we will see is a pretty flexible document that recognizes the nature of the fact that we don't know pretty much what will be in front of us 3 months from now. And then the last item I wanted to talk about was this language in the in the handbook that one of our speakers has mentioned about communications with an applicant strongly discouraged on quasi-judicial matters. So those are things really for which we get an application from a member of the public. Either an owner of property or business. And I just find this concept problematic. I'm curious to know if the council is imposing the same limitation on themselves. I know, working in many jurisdictions, that most of them don't do this, and most of them recognize that there are safeguards to protect the public process, disclosure requirements, but there's also benefits to allowing your decision makers to obtain full information before making a decision, or in our case, a recommendation. And sometimes to get that full information, you need communication with somebody that is going to provide information. And then you need to make sure that that information is shared with your body, with the commission in our case, or the council. And one place that I think this is particularly important is sometimes our applications benefit greatly from a site visit. And when you go to a site, I mean, theoretically, you could tell the applicant or appellant, I'm coming to the site at 6 o'clock tonight, stay away from me. Don't talk to me. But the reality is, oftentimes, whoever is asking, whether it's an appeal or an application, they want to make sure that you see something that you might not otherwise notice. And so that communication, I think, is really important. And I'm not really understanding why the right process is to avoid gathering information rather than disclose the information we get. Because I think that if we can gather information and disclose it with the rest of the commission makes better recommendations to council. So I don't know what to do about it. It's in the handbook, but I'd be interested in pushing back on that. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair Hackman. And I have to say, I agree with you on that. I think I kind of thought the way they were going with this is to discourage meeting with the applicant while a matter is being heard, through the various steps of it being heard. But I would find it difficult, for instance, when we get an appeal, it comes to us after it's gone through a lot, it would be impossible for us to talk to that person before they submit the appeal. And it's often very necessary to go and look at the situation, which is private property. And so I agree that sometimes that's really necessary. I mean, I've gone and looked at sites without meeting with the applicant, but sometimes you kind of have to. And as long as it's disclosed and people are honest about that, I think it's more helpful than not. I did want to mention that. And the other thing is just, I think there's one sentence on packet page 58, which is page 19 of the second to last paragraph. I think the first sentence is really confusing. Maybe staff would just like to look at that without us. I don't have to read it or anything, but.
Sure, can you repeat the page number?
Yeah, it's packet page 58, but it's page 19 of the handbook, and it reads, during the BCC meeting, staff liaisons will ensure there's a quorum prior to the chair calling a commission meeting to order, and adjourn a commission meeting in the event there's a lack of a quorum 15 minutes after the start time of the meeting. Maybe it's just me, but that seemed like the second clause of that sentence contradicts the first. But
yeah, I think this probably should be two sentences. And I think what it's saying is after the stated or agendized start time, if there's not a quorum, then 15 minutes after that time, the liaison should adjourn the meeting.
It just seemed confusing to me. So I just wanted to mention it. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
So I just wanted to chime in with some of my thoughts about this work plan idea. I think the timing's a little strange, you know, being 6 months into the year, but whatever. I would just say then if it's 6 months into the year, then we have 12 months to work on it and we shouldn't be asked to assess until the following year. But that said, because of the nature of our work, because we're responding and reactive, maybe our work plan is, like you said, Commissioner Heckman, a flexible document with a couple of, you know, like 3 to 5 priorities or something, where if we have a light meeting, we can insert something in there. So, you know, it's a little bit more of a prioritization or a recommendation of what we could talk about. And one of the things that I'm most curious about and had asked Assistant Director Tanner about during my orientation for the PTC was, I see the items that come from City Council to the PTC, but I keep hearing about things that, oh, City Council said that to send this to PTC, but then kind of never makes it here. So I would love to see the list of items that have been referred to the PTC that haven't actually come before us, because perhaps we could offer some assistance in terms of prioritizing those things. So sometimes council doesn't attach a deadline to it, right? And so then I think that that might be a good starting point that with respect to topics that we might want to prioritize.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Alchek, you ready to wade in?
Sure. You know, I agree with the sentiments about the work plan. I think it's busy work. I think maybe what the council was sort of, maybe what they were interested in is better understanding how the planning department is going to study different topics over the course of a year in conjunction with the planning commission. That's what I think. I think they want to have a little oversight over what topics we go into when we study them, as opposed to, you know, just, you know, whenever an item comes up and they go, you know what, we'd like to direct the planning commission to study this. Maybe they also want to have sort of a long range goal of what items get studied in a year. And so I guess I would suggest we respond to that item by saying, is that what you're interested in? And if so, can you clarify that that document is something that the planning department comes to you about, and it's not really something we have draft control over. We've had a lot of, we don't have any control over our agendas. And in the past, we've been accused of that. And the irony is that, you know, maybe this would be a clearer way of saying, like, this is not something we direct. Okay, I'll move on. I agree with everyone on the verbatim minutes. And I think this is something I've said a lot. I actually don't think the motion process is even that valuable. You know, we do all these topics as if they're binary, 1 or 0, and that's a mistake. And you know, no offense intended, but I feel like 70 to 80% of the solutions brought to us by the planning department are imperfect. And so we spend a lot of time trying to navigate discussion around them, and then get stuck when we have to kind of up or down a particular issue, when maybe we want to, you know, draw around the edges and say, look, in a more perfect world, you would focus on these goals and objectives, and this is the right intent, but this is the wrong tool, you know. And so the notion that the verbatim minutes would be not available, I mean, that's a mistake. I think, look, the verbatim minutes are only useful for a kind of council member that will read them. And so if they can't get a majority of individuals suggesting that they think they're valuable, I think that sends a really negative message to, I think, what we have collectively said tonight, which is that the bulk of our discussion is the value. We basically have very different understandings of the value we add. That presents a much bigger problem. This goes into two other changes they made. The substitute motion. We removed the substitute motion not because it's not a great tool for policy advancement. We removed it because it's a political tool. It was an easy way for someone who wasn't happy with the process to hijack it and take a lot of time off the table. Our biggest constraint is our time. When we spend a lot of time, and it's true, I'm not one that hasn't been long-winded before, but when we spend a lot of time pursuing something that doesn't have the full support of the commission, that's a lot of time wasted. And I like that this year we've kind of tried to be shorter about when we talk about process. Don't talk about process for 45 minutes, only for us to not get to the meat. The substitute motion in the past was like that. It would take up a big chunk of time only to find out maybe it didn't have full support. I think the friendly amendment process was much more productive because it asked us to kind of work together and come up with a better solution. And what I've seen actually in this particular year without the use of the substitute motion is that a number of times we've come up with something and then we've sort of got, you know what, would someone else like to put it out there? We've been really gracious about how we've put together our motions. I think because there's a sense of respect there that I would suggest the substitute motion doesn't confer. So I'm sad to see that. And I would suggest that would be the city council politicizing, giving us a sort of a more political maneuvering tool that I don't know that we need. I want to just tag on to the meeting with applicants and getting a chance to do site visits. This again goes to this idea that, you know, in these quasi-judicial items, we're the judge. I think that's also, I don't think we should be approaching this job with that sense of, you know, impact or authority. Our best, you know, the best thing we can possibly do is offer a diverse set of opinions to the council. Opinions that come from individuals who on a weekly or bi-monthly basis grapple with these issues, have some consistency with the topics, and have some relevant memory about how the city deals with them and how people in the city have been sensitive to them. And so to me, walking the projects in the past have been profoundly informative. And maybe for some people, looking at the maps is good enough, but it's true. The same information exists on GPS than it does when you're walking it, but sometimes when you're walking it in the 3D, it becomes more real. So I'm sad to see that, and I would also support a motion where we push back a little on that. And then I would just say finally that you know, as I think the one commissioner that I can remember in history is probably being affected by this new term limit. I don't necessarily think I would probably pursue another term on this commission if they hadn't passed that. But I do think that the emphasis to sort of create a term limit is valuable if you can create some consistency. So for example, if you have a lot of retirements or resignations from the commission at a particular time, having the remaining members get termed out could be really problematic to the composition of the commission. There's something sort of inorganic that can happen when we have too many new people. And to be honest, I think that happened to me to some extent. There's so much turnover between 2013 and 2015. And so I guess what I would say is, I mean, maybe if that ever happens, they'll be able to deal with that. But one issue I think that they need to, that needs to sort of be grappled with is, what does it mean to have many new people at the same time? And anyway, so that's something that they'll need to address.
So I think we've heard at least once from each commissioner. I think the common themes I'm hearing are related to retaining verbatim minutes. I don't know that we need to take any action to do that, since again, the language is just discouraged. I'm hearing some interest in pushing back on the absence of communication with applicants on quasi judicial. And I would think that, as I understand from Ms. Tanner, the council is going to be reconsidering certain items or refining certain items. And I would think in a motion, we might be asking them to throw that issue in with the other items they're looking more deeply at least as it regards the PTC. That might be one form of getting this back before them. And then the third thing I'm hearing is some confusion and really desire for some clarity on the work plan, whether we get that clarity from the council or as Commissioner Chang, I think, suggested, we give that clarity in the work plan and we just sort of take the pretty blank canvas that they've given us to work with and just put our own vision in there. And so it's not clear to me if, depending on how we want to do that, we may need to include something in our motion to ask a question of the council or tell them this is how we're interpreting that mandate as it applies to the PTC. So that's my attempt to organize what I've heard so that one of you can hazard a motion. Anybody want to try? Commissioner Olchak, thank you.
I'm not ready to make a motion, but since it sounds like everybody's sort of done, I just want to make a few more quick comments. I paid close attention to this discussion at council when it happened. I remember thinking and hearing comments from other members of the public about the media inquiries and social media use and thinking, what is the deal there? I don't know that there's a lot of room here for our involvement in editing these new rules. But I remember at the time, speakers were concerned with the city council's sort of effort to essentially censor conversations that happen between members of the commission and reporters, if you will, or news sources. And I think that's a mistake too, because and I don't think one commissioner, our chair, needs to represent the body. It seems to me like if a reporter wanted to get a little bit of an understanding of how a commissioner felt about a particular thing, because who knows, maybe the reporter felt that there was an undeveloped thread there. Like why wouldn't it benefit the city to have the opportunity to spend time in that in a journalistic standpoint? So I'm not sure what the problem was, but it didn't seem like a broken system, at least in our level. And considering how often our discussions get into the paper, it just seemed like if they did reach out, or if the media wanted to have a conversation with the commissioner in some capacity, the commissioner would be capable of saying, look, I represent my voice, not necessarily the voice of the commission, and somehow have a dialogue that was meaningful to residents. And then I'll just say that I think there's maybe something that should be added to the PTC handbook, some level of additional training. I think as we move forward, it's a big part of my work has always been dedicated to affordable housing policy. And I think that this commission's sort of medium to long-term future will be heavily involved in that. And I think more needs to happen with regards to the education with respect to the affordable housing issues and land use issues in general. Some sort of training. Brown Act is great, but also people need to understand what have the levers in the past been for affordable housing development, and what are the constraints. Walking into these issues without any sort of background is really hard. And I think that maybe planning commission specific, I can imagine a scenario where the director of the planning department, or with a staff member, created a curriculum, if you will, a handbook of sorts that really outlined how this works in the state, how the state process works. You can't come into this commission without you shouldn't be expected to join a commission only understanding how certification of your housing element works. But after you join, there should be a process that helps you understand how all those pieces work together. And then that could become this like encyclopedia that you can keep on your shelf. I think that would be a helpful tool. And I wish that they had incorporated something like that. Thank you.
That sounds like something that we could list as a priority in our work plan if we so felt. We can impose it on ourselves without the council mandating it through the handbook. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, Chair Heckman, I have a different angle of communication that I would suggest. I'm not sure that you need a motion because I think you summarized it very well. The central issues that we still have questions about, and you also pointed out that it seems like council is open to making some shifts, as Ms. Tanner had said. So it would be, I think, very helpful if you just did a short meeting with the mayor as the chair of PTC and said, after our discussion the other night, has some feedback for you. Take 20 minutes on a Zoom, and you'll hear it right from the horse's mouth or the heron's mouth, I guess. But but I think that kind of interaction would be kind of good. So you'd be able to read his reaction and give him some reaction. And it's obviously an important commission, and they're asking for some substantial changes. So that would be good to be heard, I think, between you and him.
I'm open to inviting that dialogue with the mayor, but I still think we need to have a way to tie off this agenda item number 3. And because it's an action item, I think a motion is needed unless we're going to continue it, which I'm not proposing. Mr. Shimizu, is this something that you can guide us on? Do we need a motion to conclude this action item?
I don't think one is strictly required, but I think it would be beneficial, especially if staff have some input about, if there's a motion would kind of underscore maybe some of PTC's concerns to council, so there is a clear measure of, some consensus, especially on your key. Sounds like there's a lot of agreement on certain things. So, I would recommend maybe that if staff have some kind of maybe recommendation after hearing your discussion.
And I might add, if there was not a desire for a motion that was comprehensive, it could be just to receive the report and that's it. But there could be a motion if you were wanting to do, as Commissioner Lowing said, for the commission to encourage Commissioner or the chair to communicate the concerns expressed to the mayor and city council in a letter and or meeting. And that might, just to memorialize that there's a will to have that information conveyed to the council. Or if you want a staff to do it, then to direct us to convey that information to the council or mayor.
What's the pleasure of the commission? I don't feel strongly in any direction on this. Commissioner Alchek?
And maybe, look, I hate when we assign extra work to one person sort of involuntarily. So I actually really like the idea of putting pen to paper and communicating what we want, and the minutes do that. But I also think what we've asked is that at this next meeting, which I don't know if there's a date, when they pick up this discussion again and they talk, I think it would be helpful if staff articulated how the commission felt and where they wanted maybe the city council to reconsider some items. And so I don't know what the time frame is there, but what I would suggest is I'd like to be able to empower that message to be delivered at that time so that it's effective. Because once that meeting's over, I suspect changes will begin to be put in place. And so I guess I would be more in support of a motion that directed staff to communicate what we would like communicated. And if that means staff in conjunction with the chair puts together, a letter, I think that'd be good, that just summarizes it bullet point, fine. If that would mean that we felt that more needed to be said than what could simply be fit in a motion. Like, we didn't just push back against verbatim minutes, we wanted to express why. And if the commission felt like they wanted to have that communication come from the chair, I would suggest that maybe the staff could begin a rough draft. I don't know. I would just suggest that it wouldn't be, I wouldn't want us to miss the opportunity for it to be presented at the meeting that staff suggested is going to take place in the near term. So it has to be somewhat in conjunction, and I would want staff to be the voice for the commission at that meeting, unless the chair decided to make himself present for that meeting as well. And I'm loath to volunteer someone. So I guess the question really has to be one between, I think the chair needs to sort of communicate what he's willing to do. And then in the absence of him willing to show up and make that communication himself, I think we need to be clear about what we want staff to say. Sorry.
Let me ask a follow-up question to that. Ms. Tanner, do we know when the council is going to take up these items that they're going to be looking at?
Well, I know that on June 1st, they'll be considering the term limit, and they may consider other matters to deal with the handbook at that time. I would suggest, if it is going to be a letter, that it would, I want to clarify, staff is not presenting that item. And so any feedback the commission would have would likely be submitted either as a letter to the city council, that would be part of the commentary that they would receive. And or again, if the chair was meeting with the mayor or something, that would obviously be an oral communication conversation they would have.
Sounds like that meeting might need to take place before June 1st, which is
quite soon. So we could definitely probably get a letter together the next few days to turn around and submit to council, but I wouldn't want to presume that you could meet with the mayor in that short time.
So yeah, I wouldn't want to presume that either. So in June, our vice chair is our council liaison, but on this item, since she's not present tonight, I'd probably need to attend for that anyway, which I'm available to do on June 1st, and can do the 1st, the 8th, the 15th I'm available. The rest of the Mondays I'm not. So I'm fine with doing that. Helping staff craft a letter, and being the commission liaison, at least on this item. And Ms. Tanner, you'll have to tell me later if there are other PTC items on that night. But assuming there aren't, then it would just be this item.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay. All right. So I do think I understand. Well, let me ask staff if let's break it down a little bit. Do you feel you have enough information from the consensus of the commission on the meetings with applicants and appellants and others on quasi-judicial matters? Do you think you've got your arms around that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Then what about the work plan? I think our comments were a little more diverse on that.
Yeah, I can tell you what I have kind of captured from that was kind of a sense of, our work plan may be a bit different than other commissions because we get referrals and we get applications. I do think that part of the council goal, as I understood it, for getting work plans was to make sure that there is alignment. So I think maybe it was Commissioner Chang mentioned, for example, having some items that we might want to study if there's a low or kind of a lull in meetings, and then also prioritizing the many items that council does refer to us. I think that would be helpful. And I think that council in turn wants to then prioritize our prioritization to say, well, I know you put this one first, but we think, this other one should be first, or this other one should be second. So I think that is part of their idea to have the work plan. I will note it will be a consent item for them. So they won't discuss it unless it gets pulled for discussion on June 22nd. So we have some leeway to propose what we think should be the work plan for PTC.
Commissioners, are there any other items that anyone feels need to be included in this letter? Again, I am comfortable with the language of verbatim minutes, so I don't feel like we need to push on that. Commissioner Suma.
I was gonna say verbatim minutes, but that was before you spoke, so that's fine. I also think with the work plan, I'm sorry I didn't say this earlier. I think with the work plan, we can acknowledge that most of the work comes to us because it has to be done and we don't have a choice. But then as I thought about it, we could also align our policy issues with the council priorities. So if council really wants something, council priorities could become policy issues that we might focus on. But that was just an idea. So you don't need a motion now at this point, correct?
We need a motion to, what do we say, adopt the handbook or acknowledge receipt?
Receive the handbook and direct staff to craft a letter based on commissioner comments and feedback.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make that motion if you want. And that is a motion to acknowledge that the PTC received and discussed the handbook, and also to direct staff to write a letter based on the comments and concerns of the Planning Commission.
Second to that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Any discussion?
No.
Great. Mr. Nguyen, will you call a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Olczak,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowry,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
All right, thank you, commissioners, for working through that, and thank you to our attendees who either spoke or gave their time so that someone could speak on their behalf. I thought your contributions were very valuable to our discussion. All right, now we are going to move back into item 2, which we paused, and I will note that it's 9:30. We are going to as close to 9:55 as a break in our subject matter will allow. I want us to have a discussion about whether we want to go past 10 tonight and see what that yields. But that's what I'm intending to do in a little more than 20 minutes. I do note that there is, unlike many of our items, there's no particular urgency that we're facing with this ADU incentives item tonight. And so that may play into some of the commissioners' thinking. All right, so where we left this item, we had received Mr. Saul's cheat sheet for the first item on our list, allowing reconstruction, expansion of non-conforming structures. We had taken questions of from the commissioners of staff, and we were ready to start the discussion. And so, again, the format I'd like to use here is a 1-minute lightning round to get out succinctly what your thoughts are about this item. We'll do that once, then we'll have a second round where people can react. And then we're not doing motions yet, so we'll move on to the next item. And this, frankly, is a very good reason why we're going to need verbatim minutes, because I don't think we're going to finish this tonight. We may not get to any motions. And so all of us are going to have to remember some number of discussions. And I think the minutes might be helpful for that. All right. Commissioner Templeton, you want to lead us off with a lightning round?
Sure. So we're on point I, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm generally supportive of these kinds of modifications to ADU rules, but I don't understand why we only want those for affordable ADUs. I feel like this could be pretty beneficial to the ADU program overall. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chang.
I have still a clarifying question of Assistant Director Tanner or Mr. Sauls. If I understood correctly, you said, Assistant Director Tanner, that current ADU ordinance allows for reconstruction of a non-conforming structure as long as it stays, not like, sorry, complete demolition of a non-conforming structure and rebuilding it in the same spot as long as the shrink wrap is not expanded. Is that correct?
Mr. Sauls has appeared to answer because I may have spoken errantly, so let us hear what he says.
That is correct. It is effective that you would be able to tear it down and rebuild it to the exact same extent that it existed as a non-conforming structure.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, because I wasn't clear on that when I was studying up on this. So then in that case, this again, it seems to make sense to allow an additional 6 inches or 12 inches as the case may be. But my concern would be that that there's enough space to maintain the structure. In other words, in the instance where you only have 6 inches between it and the property line, if you can't get onto the other side for whatever reason, that's a problem and creates a problem for the ADU and its longevity. It just, it creates like it's just a problem. So I would be okay with it as long as we said something about sufficient, as long as there's sufficient space to maintain sufficient access to maintain the structure, right? To paint it on that side, to do whatever it is that you need to, because if it's going right up against the fence that's shared with a neighbor and you only have 6 inches or no space at all, you're going to create a problem. So that would be my comment.
Yeah, and I can briefly speak to that. As Commissioner Suma had mentioned earlier, we have this problem occur quite regularly with an accessory structure, mostly because our standards are pretty loose in terms of where you can locate them. Staff always, tries to encourage applicants for anything to try to give that space for maintenance purposes. There's a difference, obviously, between encouraging and requiring. And that's where we oftentimes run the gamut of, working with the applicant as best we can, and other times when, and it's not a negative or positive, it's just, an applicant may want to utilize their backyard space, and shifting that structure, eats into that. And so a lot of the complications that have kind of come around it is really starting from, what is my lot like and how much space do I have to develop? That kind of starts the location design for a homeowner. So it certainly can become an issue. I think probably limiting, like you're suggesting, where that can occur when there's not enough space is certainly important.
Check.
Okay, lightning round, attempt number 1. This isn't a sufficient enough carrot, if you will. It's just not, first of all, I think a lot of us, including Commissioner Chang, have sort of struggled with why we would allow someone to demolish something totally and rebuild it in a place where we really don't want it. So I think her instincts are right there. I don't actually think that's what the architects are asking for. And in fact, the other component of this, if we will just consider them as separate, because the second one really feels like a poison pill to me. The first concept, which is this idea that we would allow some flexibility to address this issue where we have lots and lots of garages that are, structurally perfect, but non-conforming. And in order for them to become a habitable space, in order for them to comply with the code, in order to be a habitable space, they need a little flexibility there, because otherwise you've got to demolish them. I think that's what we need to do here. The irony is that it would be completely reasonable to adopt this, and we've had this discussion, as it applies to all ADUs. There are 1,000, examples of garages that are kind of in the back of a property that someone could immediately turn into an ADU if they had 6 inches, if they had this exact flexibility. And then when they're told, you know what, you'd have to demolish this and move it, and they're like, forget it. So the housing supply the ADU production would go up with this very reasonable addition. My two issues are, number one, the second part is unreasonable and I think unasked for. And the larger component is that by couching it in a discussion of affordability, you almost make it sound like it's a generous gift when it should be reviewed in the space of, this is what we should already be doing. And so this isn't going to encourage affordable housing development. Certainly the second part of demolishing the whole thing and rebuilding it right where it is, I don't think is a productive, appealing option. I think people want to take what they have, improve upon it, which in theory would cost less. And the adjustment of 6 inches here or there is reasonable. So I share Commissioner Templeton's sentiment here that we should be doing this this should already be a part of our code. And I think I'm piggybacking on some of the other commissioners' struggle, which is that this second piece of allowing a demolition and then rebuild on the same spot is not is probably not a good part to include. We should just stick with existing structures in order to bring them into compliance. So yes, we should add this, but it should apply to all units, and we shouldn't include both parts of this.
All right, well, I'm waiting for other commissioners to raise their hand in the first round here, the lightning. I thank you, Commissioner Suma.
Okay, thanks. I share the concern about structures that are too close to fences to maintain. But I don't think adding 6 inches is significant. It's so hard to decide about this because it really depends on the exact property. So, I think privacy is a challenge, but in some situations it wouldn't be at all. In others it might be. So, I guess I'm for the flexibility as long as it doesn't create a problem with maintenance or a problem with privacy. And maybe staff could just answer, but I feel like I'm having deja vu. I feel like we did discuss this for ADUs in general. And I guess that's something that the council didn't adopt, is some flexibility from non-conforming. Because I remember, because we were even thinking how far into the setback would we be comfortable with it being. So did that not make it into the ADU, the general ADU law?
I think that there are some state requirements that address existing structures, which we did adopt. And so I think what this would suggest is to add greater flexibility, which certainly is within the city's purview. And to some commissioners' points, could be for all ADUs, if that's what the commission would like. So I think we may be recalling that this is a topic covered in state law, but not this specific allowance for the additional room.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, just briefly, as a couple of my colleagues have noted, this is seeming to get to, frankly, a more important point, which is how can we get any ADUs built in a way that they're safe and they're habitable? So if we're forcing people to be in non-conforming things where they have 6-foot ceilings instead of 8, or no insulation, I mean, that's no way to live. So I don't have any problem with making this adjustment generally, with the exceptions that were also noted by a couple of colleagues, that if we get down to we can't do any maintenance, or it's within 6 inches of a fence, that's just the problem. It just is, and we may get there in some cases and it needs a variance. So that's okay too. But I think that, well, so technically this doesn't even seem like it should be part of this report, because it's not really just for affordable. And that's a problem, I think, inherently with this report. Because a lot of these things are not just what are big incentives for doing affordable ADUs. I think the privacy concerns are not just perceived, they're real, but we got to make some sacrifices here and be sensitive to how we fix that particular small problem. But I think in general, this kind of de minimis increase in roof size and walls to get a habitable structure, I think is quite appropriate generally. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. So I'm generally supportive of allowing the expansion along the lines staff has recommended, but where I have concern really is primarily the side yard and to a lesser extent the rear yard setback, and because that's where you start to impact more your neighbor. And so under state law, they've decided that it's okay for an ADU to be 4 feet from a property line. Now we have existing structures that are closer than that. So what I was thinking is if we were allowing this 6-inch expansion, at least on the side yard, and I'd be interested in hearing from others on the rear yard, what we said is you can't use that 6 inches if the structure currently is 4 feet or less from that side yard. So if you're at 3.5, you're stuck at 3.5, but you can add the 6 inches on the other side, right? Which would be 12 on the other side to make up for it. And that way we keep, when it's 4 feet or less, at least the existing area for maintenance, which as staff has pointed out, sometimes is going to be 0. It's built right up against the fence, and this isn't going to solve that problem. But so I thought would be my suggestion on that is hold the line at 4 feet or existing, whichever is less. The other thing I wanted to mention, because I've heard at least 3 commissioners say this should apply to all ADUs. And I don't necessarily disagree, but you can make the same statement on maybe all 8 of these items that we're going through. And every time we decide, and so we could just flush this whole idea of making affordable ADUs and just go back to making flexible ADUs. But tonight we're talking about affordable ADUs. And I just want to make the point that on this first item, if we allow it, somebody could be in a position of saying, well, okay, I can get this flexibility if I'm willing to deed restrict, or I don't get it if I'm not. And for that person, it might tip the scales and make them commit to an affordable ADU. And that's the purpose of the exercise we're going through right now. And so I think if we need to distinguish between regular ADUs and affordable, if we're expecting to create any affordable ADUs. Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Alchek. You're muted.
I didn't have my hand up. I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Alchek, then we're back to you and your hand is up again, Commissioner Suma.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to say something. I agree with you. All of these could apply to the regular ADU process. This one in particular, though, is just bad policy. Because there are 2 kinds of people that are going to build ADUs. The ones that are going to build those brand new models, and then other people who are going to take something that exists and turn it into housing. And for that population, whatever they've got is what they've got. And I think, and my understanding from the Architectural Task Force is that this inflexibility is a major hurdle. That basically we go, oh, if I have to move it, then forget it. I mean, there's a perfectly good garage there. If I can beef up both walls, and I don't think it's like you can take 6 inches from one wall and move it to the other, because they have to create a compliant wall, whether that means insulation or fire retardant materials or whatever it is. They've got to make it thicker on both sides, and they have to increase the height by such and such so that it's code compliant. And I agree with you. There are some instances where homes are right on the fence, and they are there. I mean, the accessory structures are there on the fence. I'm familiar with that. But I think, so I agree with you. We can't treat every policy, but this is one of the hurdles that for whatever reason we're stuck with. And I think it's poorer ordinance writing. And so this, to me, is a false offer, because if we really care about ADU development, then we should allow these structures to sort of be built like that. And the second part, which I want to reiterate, I don't think we should allow a structure to be completely demolished and then rebuilt in a place that we don't actually want them to be rebuilt in, simply because it's cost effective. If it's cost effective to tear something down and build it somewhere else, great. If it's cost effective to tear something down and build it in the exact same place, that's you making a decision about how you want to use your backyard. You're making a decision that you're willing to pay whatever it is to have it in that spot, but that's not the spot we want new construction. And so I wrote in my notes, allowing expansion in redevelopment, right, in demo and redevelopment would exacerbate the privacy concerns and pit affordable housing development against consistent application of our building code and resident expectations related to privacy. So many people buy into homes in Palo Alto and assume that the non-conforming structure that exists just over their fence will one day be removed as part of a larger remodel or new construction project. So creating a path to, not simply legalize, but expand the non-conformance of these structures is problematic. That said, if all you're talking about is taking that structure and slightly adjusting it so that it can become code compliant for habitability, that to me seems like a pathway for ADU development in general. And so I'm concerned that we've lost a big opportunity to have ADUs in general because we've never bit the bullet on this one. And I don't believe that this, even in conjunction with all the other ones, is the sort of thing that will create a ADU person into an affordable ADU person. I think that this isn't the barometer. So that's kind of how I stand on this. And I appreciate it. I don't intend to say this on every one. This is the only one I intend to, well, this is the only one I strongly feel that way. I also think there's an inconsistency with the basements and I can't make sense of it. But other than that, I really think this is the only one where this should be our policy. We should be encouraging the transformation of these parking garages into ADUs because that's important right now. And I think that the abutted thing, that might, I wish there was an architect here to be like, you know what, when that's the case, we have no options. Or we build in. I wish there was someone here to tell us that's either moot or something not to worry about or maintaining the exist. I just think that that's probably not a concern. I think that that's less likely to be a project that architects will take on because of the complexities of being on the property line. And so anyway.
Yeah, so to one extent, to get to the items that Commissioner Altrick was talking about, to one extent, the state law adopted regulations that effectively said you can kind of tear down and rebuild something. So to that point, we obviously can't do any less or take that requirement out. And I think what has been discussed tonight really has highlighted that the commission is open to allowing this flexibility to go beyond that, not just to say, sure, you can tear it down because it's an old shed that's kind of leaning to the side. You can tear it down and rebuild it, but also you can expand it to a small extent. I think Chair Heckman, you had suggested that in the instance when, in your specific example, I think you had suggested in the instance where there's an existing side that's closer than 4 feet, they would be required to maintain that rather than expand closer into it. So say with your example, you said 3.5 feet. So if they were at 3.5 feet, your suggestion was that they would stay at 3.5 feet along whichever side that was occurring, and an expansion could occur on the other side. I think there may be some value in the discussion as to when you're at closer to a zero lot line situation, or that more proximal situation where there isn't the space, which is what I think Commissioner Suma and Chang and Templeton were identifying, is that maybe there's an opportunity to shift what would otherwise have been an opportunity to expand 6 feet or 6 inches, on that side that's at that 0 to 6 inch side, and shift it over to another location. All of this obviously is a vestige of a code that really highlights the importance of removing something that's non-conforming. And overall, what we're trying to encourage, or at least what it sounds like the commission is trying to discuss at this point, is allowing this to occur on any other sort of unit not specifically something that's affordable. And if that's what the interest is, we can certainly pursue that, and we can generate some language related to that in the future ordinance that we have, so that it could be better discussed. Because right now it is a very nebulous topic at the moment, and so a lot of these can be oftentimes just kind of nebulous, as it's a meaty subject that we always don't think about.
Let me ask a question, Mr. Sauls. So from the slide you had up earlier, it was my impression that our current code, where you are working on an existing non-conforming structure, you have to hold the existing line. So wherever it is. And that's true whether you try to remodel it, tear some stuff off and put some new stuff on, or tear it down to the ground and build anew, right? And so what that tells me is for us to have that provision, there must be construction techniques where you can hold the line, right? Or else we would have a requirement that couldn't be met. And so,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so it might not be ideal. I mean, maybe I had a client who got in trouble with this because when they rebuilt a wall, they did add more insulation and they moved that wall out 2 inches, not realizing that wall was already right at the 10-foot setback line. So I know that there are construction techniques that will expand a wall, but from our code, it makes me believe that there are also construction techniques that won't.
Yeah, and so from what I've heard in conversations with the architect group and with our own consultants that we have on other projects, there are things like spray foam insulation that kind of serve that purpose. But overall, the other thing that we oftentimes run into with a lot of properties in Palo Alto is they're really old. I don't use the example of the 1950s carriage house lightly, because we run into that pretty frequently. And so, this is obviously an issue that is sensitive to contractors and developers when they come in to propose these kind of units. And I imagine they run into this a lot more often in any city, really, that zoning ordinances are very specific about, you have this mesh or this envelope really that you can't, punch out of, where you otherwise, if you shift it a couple feet, the city says, oh, no, that's not a big problem. That's a matter of comfort, right? The city has come to acknowledge over decades of implementing their regulations to say, are we comfortable now with expanding that threshold to an extent that we deem it's acceptable? And it sounds like the discussion that's occurring tonight. And overall, I think what we're getting is that the commission is open to allowing that for all ADUs, not specifically as an incentive to affordable ADUs.
All right, I think that's a good place to stop our discussion of sub-item I and take stock in the time, which is 9:58. And I'd like to hear from the commission what your pleasure is. I am certain that we cannot finish this item tonight. I don't think anybody is willing to stay that early in the morning to get that accomplished. So the question is, I think, do we stop now? Do we go a little longer? I'd like to hear from the commissioners. Commissioner Templeton.
I share your concerns. I don't think we'll finish it tonight. I'm personally ready to continue. I'd love to hear from the other commissioners before making any kind of motion, though, just to see what the other folks think. But I think we've had a really good discussion tonight, honestly. I think we've accomplished a lot, but there's always the law of diminishing returns after 10 o'clock. And since we don't have a chance of finishing it kind of, I wonder if it would still be valuable to continue our discussion at this point. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I don't think there's a chance we're going to finish it tonight, to be honest. And so I am flexible with the rest, how late the rest of the group wants to go. I would say that once we get to the sort of second part of this, it's sort of the administrative aspect, and there has been some discussion already with Alta Housing. I think it would be almost impossible to really have that part of this discussion without a representative from Alta Housing here. So for that reason alone, I think it would be good to continue this and try to get, I think if that's okay for me to ask, to try to get Alta Housing here, because if they're really planning on doing this, it's kind of different than what they've expressed in the past about kind of administering small individual properties instead of larger multifamily properties. So I would be very interested in continuing it and having some more representation for the commissioners.
Other commissioners have anything to add? I guess I will add. I'm open to taking on the next item, which is the removing the garage carport requirement for conversion. Get to the end of that discussion and see what time it is. And see if that's a good place to stop, or we want to take on another one. So I'm not Commissioner Chang. Got a thumbs up.
Yeah, ditto. The thumbs up.
Okay. All right. Well, let's dive right into that then. And so we'll ask Mr. Sauls to key up the slide for that. Lead us through it, please. You're muted.
Sorry. All right. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Go up one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so this topic discusses the potential to allow for removal of the need for existing parking requirements or a garage to exist in order to benefit from what the city previously had and now the state has adopted replacement parking requirements. And so what is the typical situation is that for any new single family home, they're required to have 2 parking spaces, which at a minimum one is covered and the other is uncovered. In any situation, those requirements for the parking are that they have to be beyond a front yard setback, and in some instances can't encroach into a street side setback. The other instance that I was bringing up earlier is that when these garages are converted to an accessory dwelling unit, the state has identified that there is no longer a requirement to replace that parking on site. So not even an instance of confirming or requiring uncovered spaces to be on the site, but even just no parking required effectively. What the state code didn't do when they updated their ordinance, and what we did as a result of updating our ordinance, was to allow for junior ADUs to benefit from a garage conversion, as how we had established before for accessory dwelling units, which was that when you convert an attached garage to a junior accessory dwelling unit, you're able to replace those parking spaces as uncovered spaces within the front or street side setbacks, where it would typically be needing to be past a typical 20 or 16-foot setback on a site plan. The policy proposal would be to treat that then as, in lieu of providing parking on a site, say as a result of construction of a new house, where a new house is required again to have at least 1 covered space. In lieu of providing that, or in lieu of requiring that, we could say that, or PTC could suggest that, in lieu of that, we identify something on the plan that there's going to be an ADU in place of garage. We could still require that those spaces be uncovered because it's a different kind of tier system, basically, where the state code says there has to be an existing structure there. Obviously there needs to be something existing to be converted. We can not say remove the need or classification of a conversion, but simply say in lieu of developing a garage on your property as a result of a new single family house development, you could, in essence, simply replace that with an accessory dwelling unit. And then you would show uncovered spaces, along the driveway or what have you on the property, so that there's still a code requirement met, and we're still meeting the parking requirements as adjusted, for the house, for the main house. The other thing, obviously, would be another opportunity would simply be to reduce the amount of parking that is required for the main house. But the idea is really just related to, is this an incentive that is successful or could be successful to eliminate what otherwise creates a two-step process for a new single-family home? You develop your home, you build a new house that requires at least a detached or an attached garage. And then if you are wanting to convert that space rather than build a separate detached structure, in that instance, then we could say, okay, you can do that all in one permit. Whereas now you'd be required to submit the plans, get them reviewed, issued, approved, and inspected. And then you would have to come back afterwards to submit a permit to convert the structure to an accessory dwelling unit.
All right. Questions of Mr. Saul? So I think I have one because I'm a little I thought I understood this, but the slide has me a little confused. I understand the basic concept is we collapse a two-step process into a one-step process, and in so doing, we essentially relieve them of the need to build a covered garage that is going to immediately be converted. So I think I get that concept, but what I'm not understanding is when I look at the policy proposal on the screen, are these two alternate proposals? Because both start with when an affordable unit is provided in conjunction with the construction of a new house. Are these two different choices for us to talk about?
Yeah, so the first choice is in lieu of building a new garage, you build an ADU and you show, or we require then that uncovered spaces have to be located on the site plan or demonstrated on a site plan. Either we decide that it has to be beyond a setback, or we decide it can be within the front yard setback where it traditionally is not considered or allowed to be counted towards the required parking for the site. The other is that we could simply say, you don't have to provide parking whatsoever. And if you are substituting an affordable ADU for a garage when you build a new home.
Yeah, I think the difference is between, do we change the parking requirement or do we allow the parking requirement to be satisfied in a different manner?
Okay, but under the current regulations, if I have a house, I necessarily have one covered and one uncovered space minimum. Now I come in and I convert the garage and I lose the covered parking space, but I still have one uncovered space. Right?
Correct. That's correct.
And so in the first policy proposal alternative, what confused me is you have this language could be provided as uncovered spaces, plural, which makes me think what you're saying there is we do a one step, but we still get two parking spaces. It's just they're both uncovered rather than one covered, one not.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And in the second possible iteration, we allow the one step process and we don't require any parking.
Or it could be just that so right now the requirement is for two spaces, one covered, one uncovered. So it could be reduced that it's only one uncovered space that's required for the primary house.
Okay. All right, that's very helpful. Thank you. All right, other questions of commissioners? By commissioners or comments? I'm not seeing any questions, so let's go to lightning round Commissioners, tell me what you think. Commissioner Suma, thank you.
Thank you. This is another one. I thought we already eliminated this two-step process for ADUs, but maybe it didn't get in there. I am very much in favor of eliminating the two-step process, but retaining the current required parking spots on site.
That was lightning fast. Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Chang.
What Commissioner Suma said.
We are on a roll. Other commissioners? So I was thinking similarly that we should eliminate the two-step process and condense it to one. And I was thinking, but ideally, when we condense it, and again, we're looking at this as possibly an incentive to do something deed restricted, for a deed restricted unit. So we're going to give them something they can't normally get. And normally through the two-step process, you can get one parking space on site uncovered. So I was wondering whether somebody who was attracted to this one-step process might be willing to provide two uncovered spaces, even though they can not have deed restriction, go with the two-step process and only end up with one. I was wondering if staff had given some thought to whether, someone who's interested in building an ADU would actually decide to, I'm going to go with the two-step process because I don't want to have to provide a second parking space anywhere on site, setback or otherwise. Did staff wrestle with that or seen examples of it?
Yeah, I'll have Mr. Sauls give some examples possibly, but I think part of what it comes down to is dimensions a bit in the parcel size too. So if you're providing uncovered space to the first white box on the right-hand column, that takes up more space. And as Mr. Sauls said, we may have to decide, well, where can the car park? Can it park in the front setback? Because normally that's not allowed, even though there may be a driveway there. That wouldn't be approve a plan that says that's where the car parking space is. And so maybe Garrett, you can talk a little bit about some examples, but I think that is an important aspect to consider.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of a standard and a narrow lot. With a narrow lot, what you typically experience is a long driveway leading to a detached garage in the back corner of the lot. In that instance, you'll almost always have the ability to locate a parking space along that drive aisle leading to the garage. For a standard lot where you don't have more constraints in terms of the narrowness of the house or the narrowness of the site and how the setbacks apply to it, something like a forward or front-facing attached garage will typically have a driveway, obviously, in front of it. And I haven't seen any projects where we don't have a driveway. It's very integral and important to many people when they do any sort of project. We also have a very specific threshold to which the driveway can't expand beyond. We say you can have, a 16-foot wide driveway that is, effectively 20 foot deep, which is the standard front yard setback. Now, our uncovered parking space dimensions are 8.5 feet by 8.5 feet wide by 17.5 feet deep. So roughly that can accommodate two spaces if we were to really kind of squeeze it. Anytime that they're adjacent to walls, we typically require that they be shown dimensionally as 9 feet so that there's proper swing clearance for the vehicles and passage for the vehicle. So, it is likely that most people would be able to satisfy this requirement by demonstrating it within the front yard setback. Currently, the code doesn't really get to that point because it's still, and even the state code even has this, requires on this fundamental idea that something exists. All of this is based on a conversion rather than a new structure. ADUs aren't required to provide parking. We as Palo Alto haven't had that since before 2017, I believe even. And the state, as of recently, only required it, if you have very, very, very niche examples, which Palo Alto doesn't really satisfy. And so, as a result, parking became a really big issue that the state was trying to tackle, which is why they identified that, parking for a conversion does not have to be replaced in any kind of configuration whatsoever. But again, fundamentally, that something exists to be converted. It does not, they don't discuss anything in their ordinance about, the interplay of how this creates a multi-pronged or multi-stepped process.
And I would just add very, very briefly, I do think this is an item where staff did consider, could this apply to all ADUs to prevent that two-step process, which I don't think anybody wants to go through process just to go through it or have folks build stuff just to change it later. But it is something that has this interplay with parking, which is a very sensitive issue in our community. And so we'd certainly want the PTC to opine on the conditions under which this could occur.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners want to weigh in on this idea? Commissioner Olchek.
Okay. I waited till the end of the lightning round so I could have a little more time because I need it for this one. Okay, first thing I want to say is there's a couple context issues here that I want to raise. Number one, in a lot of new construction where detached garage has to be in the rear of the lot, the prevailing trend has been to develop a one-car garage and utilize the lengthy driveway as the secondary non-covered parking space. This trend developed because people wanted to reduce the usage of the rear area in a way where they were covering the ground. And they also, because our FAR includes the garage. And so they were able to use more FAR in the house by minimizing the size of the garage. I believe that if we eliminated this two-step process, you would see that switch. People would begin to develop these 800 or 900 square foot ADUs, and they would be much more sort of suitable for habitability. I would suggest to you, Director, our Assistant Director Tanner, I could read you the minutes of the last time we talked about this and the time before, where I suggested this was bad policy, mostly because it harms neighbors. Neighbors have the burden of living through 3 to 5 more months of construction, and also there's an environmental impact here. Why are we building a garage if the intent of the developer or the builder is to then immediately take it apart and build it into something else? There's a loss there. I would suggest to you there'd be no point in paving the 100 feet of driveway that's typical in a lot of these, or 85 feet of driveway that's typical in a lot of these situations, to a structure that will no longer be a garage. That's another example. We contend in our building code a lot with covered and permeable surface. So there's so many reasons why this is a bad process. This is when people go, oh, Palo Alto process. This is a bad process. Making someone come back after they've finalized, only to then reconfigure that unit with now appliances. Did they lay the plumbing in advance because they knew they were going to do it? Do they have to break concrete? I mean, the whole thing seems so wasteful that I'm shocked that this hasn't been already adopted. I think my biggest concern with this is that I don't think this is a carrot that makes any difference to somebody who is going to be asked, are you going to deed restrict to save yourself 2 months? I don't know. I'm worried that we're missing this bigger picture of it has to be so juicy to get someone to adopt the 15, 20. Okay, let me just say one more thing that maybe I see that Ms. French is on this conversation. Maybe, I don't know if she's here or not, but this is something that maybe she'd appreciate. Once we start eliminating, assuming we do adopt this policy of eliminating the two-step process, which is a waste of money, time, and it's environmentally unfriendly. Assuming we did that, at some point you start building homes without garages, without covered parking, and our code has some specific determination when it comes to streets and parking. If you've got majority of homes with covered parking in the front or covered parking in the back. If you have a JDU that's converted, the front garage that's converted, will that change the calculation of contextual setback? These are actually important questions. I agree with you that there's sensitivity in our community about parking. I would suggest to you that if you want to pit the residents against affordability, then we recommend something that says you don't need to find parking on the street, on the property. And that would be a problem because our two-step solution doesn't create that problem. Our two-step solution right now allows you have to build at least one space accommodated on the property and uncovered. And if you convert, well, the state exempts you from having to satisfy the parking requirement in general. If we go to one step, we do have to have a scenario where we try to maintain street parking because that is incredibly off-street parking because that's incredibly important to the community. And I don't want the community to go, no, this is bad policy. We don't want parking and affordable housing to be fighting with each other. And so there is some complexity here with respect to contextual garage placement. There's some complexity here with respect to the setting the community and affordable housing advocates against each other and when it comes to parking. So I misspoke earlier because I was going to tell you there's only one of these that I really think should apply no matter what. Now that this was sort of dealt with, I'm thinking to myself like, I think this. My hope is that maybe staff could look at this again and say, okay, if we really want to be sensitive to the community, how can we fix that? And if we really want to be sensitive to the environment, how can we fix that? If we really want to pursue our permeable surface policies, how does this align with that? And what do we do about the fact that if there is no parking provided on a property and that begins, and because we want to encourage affordable housing, how will that affect other homes that have garages in certain places on their property if their statistics change? And so there's actually a lot of complicated questions in this idea. But I would agree with Commissioner Suma, who also felt like we already dealt with this, in that a two-step process makes no sense. So if we're going to fix that problem, and I guess if we fix it for all ADUs, which I assume would be the right policy, I think you can't miss the opportunity to address the other issues, which is figure out a way to maintain at least the minimum uncovered space off street and in a code compliant way as it is now. And then number two, address some of the ancillary situations that might develop with respect to streets with very close ratios of parking placement, which I think could create an issue.
Yeah, to that, I can talk just briefly to that last point. We currently established that any property that doesn't have a garage, or in this instance, what would be created effectively if they didn't have a garage, that would be considered as a rear placement effectively.
Right.
So
no,
what the transition would then be is that, like, if everything, like you're saying, like if everything was 50-50, right? Front or rear, as soon as this policy were to be adopted and more people said, I want to do an ADU, then what that would show then is that it's going to be all, or JDU, yes. It would then become that most of these properties are going to fall under the criteria of rear detached garage, basically.
Right. And I would just add to you that the irony of that is that when the planning department and the council addressed that particular contextual garage placement issue a couple of years ago, one of the ironies was this notion that we should be able to maintain the street's existing relationship forever. And what I'm highlighting to you is there is now a pathway where a street can change in one direction. And if, for example, someone built a brand new home and they put this, they turned a forward placed garage into a JDU, effectively creating a home that has no garage, no covered parking, they could affect the home next door, which would then want to pursue project of its own and then have a potentially less amount of rights than they had a year before, and that sort of that would be unsettling, I think, for some residents. I don't know, at least I think that's potentially unsettling. And so I think what we have to do is we have to say, well, what if this happens on a street? Do we add some language that says, well, whatever it was before the garages start disappearing is maintained? Or are we going to have a situation where front-facing garages become sort of extinct?
Right. other commissioners want to talk on this item, the conversion issue? All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. So what I'm hearing, to summarize on this issue, it seems like among the commissioners, there's strong support for condensing the two-step process into the one-step process. I don't think we've heard enough from commissioners at this point to understand whether there's consensus about what to do with the parking. I think we've heard some comments, but I haven't really heard a common thread yet on that. Other than I think it is a common thread that all of the commissioners are sensitized to the parking issue. So now it is 10:25, and so I will ask the commissioners again, what's your pleasure? Do you want to take on the next item, which is whether to allow a second ADU, which really a third, well, two ADUs and a JDU, it would be. Anyway, do you want to take on that topic and see how long it takes us, or are we ready to conclude for the evening on this? Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand.
I am ready to conclude for this evening and ready to make a motion, but I wanted to give the other commissioners an opportunity to weigh in first.
Right, Commissioner Olchak, something to say on this timing issue?
I share Commissioner Templeton's sentiments. I think, to be honest, there's a benefit to having a greater proportion of the items reviewed by 7 if 7 will ultimately vote on this. And so to the extent that we push the remaining items to a time when Commissioner Rupavar will join us, I think actually that'll improve our discussion at that time.
Commissioner Lowing.
I agree we should continue, particularly since I think the next 3 to 4 are substantive, and will take a long take a long time.
Okay. I do, and I'm fine with continuing. I do note that at our June 9th meeting, we already have the PTC review of objective standards, which I understand from Ms. Tanner is it's going to be a substantive and lengthy item. We're also missing at least Commissioner Chang that night, who has participated meaningfully tonight, and I'm sure would like to be around for the remaining discussions on this item. So if we are going to continue it, Ms. Tanner, is there a date out in the future that looks like we might want to bring it to, keeping in mind that I think we're going to try to get somebody from Alta at that next round?
Certainly, I would suggest June 30th as the date certain if the commission's going to continue, which I believe is our second meeting in June.
Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Do we anticipate any other absences on that date in June? I know travel schedules may start appearing again. So
is it the first Wednesday?
As this is the 30th, which is the last day, and bumping up against the July vacation week usually.
I will
Yeah,
be
think
present.
It's a few days, a day before the 4th of July weekend.
On the 30th, who said they would be absent? Commissioner
It's my Commissioner Olchak. I will be. I can't make it that evening.
Okay, should we do Chair, what do you think about maybe just a date uncertain and figure this out behind the scenes with a poll or something? Because I think we have had a really good discussion. It's great to hear all the different perspectives.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, particularly because, as I mentioned earlier, there isn't a particular, this is important work, but it's not time sensitive work. And so I think we can, we have the luxury of waiting until we have a full complement of commissioners, and we can figure out when
We
that
might
might
be
be.
in person by then. Could happen. Okay, well then with the input that we've heard so far, and I think I see Commissioner Suma nodding her head as well, maybe I'll just go ahead and make the motion at this point. So I move to continue this item to a date uncertain.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner
Emma
Suma.
seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Nguyen, will you take a roll call?
Just quick point of clarification. Do we need to specify the date uncertain, but not the next meeting or the one after that? I mean, do we have to be specific? Or does this mean that we're going to have to collectively find a date sometime in August or July?
I think I saw Assistant Director Tanner indicating that we don't have to specify that. And she was present for our comments about trying to coordinate that behind the scenes.
Certainly, and also I think the chair had discussed in our pre-meeting possibly talking about summer schedules. So I do take with this the sentiment to endeavor to find a date when all commissioners are available to discuss.
If I just may say one thing process-wise, I just want to say that I typically don't prefer that commission business happens simply because I'm not present. And if, for example, on an item like this where there was an opportunity, I would send notes in on the items if I couldn't attend in person. So if that, all I'm trying to say is I hate to get to July and find out that there was other absences because of summer and we end up dealing with it till September. If the commission leadership and staff want to discuss at their next pre-meeting or whatever when they want to schedule this, I would suggest to you that I'm comfortable with you proceeding without me present if that makes sense for our business.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So essentially, I think the motion is to continue to a date uncertain, which could be June 30th. I think it would be good to find out from the vice chair whether she has a schedule conflict that day before a decision was made, and then Commissioner or Ms. Tanner, you need to sort of look at what else we might have on that date to see if this would be a good fit, because I think we can judge by the length of time it took us to get through 4 items out of 14, 4 of which I do think are not very lengthy, but 6 I think could take some time. So we need a good block of time. So we have a motion, we have a second, we have no further comments. Mr. Nguyen, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Olchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you. We will now move to approval of minutes. We have April 28th draft minutes as revised. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. A second. Commissioner Lowing, seconds. Mr. Nguyen, will you call a vote, please?
Commissioner Olchek,
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you. Committee items. Anyone have committee items to bring to us tonight? I don't see any. All right, let's go to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. Commissioner Templeton.
Hi, you mentioned last time about the last part of the bridge going in. I think that has been delayed due to interstate traffic issues. So it's not going to happen this weekend, but I believe the following weekend, according to the city website. So I think I heard you mention you wanted to talk about vacation schedules. Could we briefly do that now?
Yeah, I was intending to do that.
Awesome. Okay.
If there's not anything else somebody wants to do before. So I do eventually want to talk about the possibility of a retreat later this year, but I don't really want to start that conversation at 10:30. So I'm looking for a meeting where maybe we end closer to 10, the substantive business, and we can have that discussion. But we do need to talk, if we're going to, about a summer break. And we talked about this earlier in the year, where we were setting our schedule, and the consensus was we weren't ready to make a decision early in the year. Let's talk about it later. And so now I think we're at later. Not necessarily tonight, but I would say if not tonight, then maybe the 9th, because people are trying to plan their summer schedules now that particularly since it looks like things are going to open up on June 15th. So people might be finding that suddenly they have the opportunity to have a vacation, but they need to plan it quickly to fit some window. So one thing we had talked about was looking at the August 11th date, because that is the week for the school district to start school. And so that can be a hectic week in any event. And so if we're going to take a summer break, then that might be a good time to have one of our missed meetings, and then we could either go forward or backward from that point. And I think I mentioned early in the year that if we were going to do that, I'd prefer to go backward and skip the July 28th meeting, where I already know I'm not going to be here. So that's kind of teeing it up. Of course, we have other meetings during the summer, which we could miss, or we could miss no meetings, and people could just individually take their vacations and miss the meeting that night. So do we want to talk about that a little bit now? Or do we want to?
I would, and I would throw out there, I don't know if people who are working, have a working schedule that deals with July 4th. Sometimes they get days the week before off or the week of, and it's on a weekend. So I don't really know, but I would love to know if anybody else is going to be absent on the 30th. And then my other just contribution to the discussion is, were you suggesting having missing 2 meetings in a row, or like having 1 meeting a month for 2 months instead of 2?
What I was contemplating was a break of a month with no meetings. So we would skip 2 meetings in a row.
Okay.
Somewhat like the council does.
Yeah. As far as start week, I wasn't planning to miss that, but I thought it was informative depending on what staff wanted to load on our docket for that week. That really depends on how the other commissioners feel as well, but that's my concern. Like, I don't think I'll be able to stay past midnight that night, for what it's worth, but I'm super flexible. I like the idea of planning ahead so that people can plan their vacations around our meeting schedule if we happen to all be absent at the same time. Thanks.
I'll check.
Yeah, I think it would probably be helpful if I just say that on June 30th, I will be unable to attend. On July 28th, I'll be unable to attend. And on August 11th, I'll be unable to attend. The other currently scheduled days, I am able to attend. So if you do determine that you will consolidate a month overlapping actual calendar months, and they include the July 28th and the August 11th meetings, then that would be very, very convenient from my perspective. But otherwise, I'm available for the other dates.
And that's actually a helpful perspective. Commissioners Suma and Lowing and Chang, do you already know of vacations that you are either have planned or are plotting that would um, be across any of the summer meeting dates?
I personally have no plans this summer, sadly. But I don't think historically the Planning Commission has taken a break, but I guess we can. I guess there's nothing to say we can't. So I don't have much to add other than that.
Allowing. Sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, I did. Sorry, Commissioner Lowing.
All right, I think you only got one syllable out before you cut off. No, I don't currently have any plans. I'm always around. Commissioner Suma is correct. That's been the tradition, but it's not anything that we have to hold to. I'm actually just more concerned about getting an opinion from staff. Maybe not tonight, but what's coming up in the next 3 months that we just have to get to. So that would be something to check with as well.
Commissioner Chang.
I'm gone one other week, but it happens to be between meetings right now, so it doesn't affect our calendar.
So I would be curious to hear from the vice chair about her summer schedule, which I neglected to think to ask her that before the meeting. But so what I'd like to propose is this. I think this is a good start to the discussion. Let's, when we come back on June 9th, if it's okay with everybody, let's make a decision. And Commissioner Chang, I know you'll be out that, but if you have additional information, just let me know in advance, and I'll, or if you have preferences, let me know, and I can at least inform the commissioners of your thoughts. All right, on that issue. Commissioner Alchek.
I distinctly remember the year that I was chair, we were managing the housing element process. And at the time, we had to decide whether we were going to push the 90-day review over the summer. And it was highly irregular for us not to take a break over the summer. So I think the last couple of years, maybe we haven't taken a summer break, but before that, it was more common to take a month off in a similar way the council does. So, because I remember that being a big debate, some commissioners were opposed to pushing through. So it was something we had to vote on to not take a summer break back. I think that must have been 2015 or 2014. Okay, anyway.
Commissioner Heckman, sorry, Commissioner Lowing had asked a question during his comment. I didn't know if he wanted a response now or about.
I lost the question.
He asked about items coming forward. And I would just say, I think if at the next meeting we can set our summer schedule, there's not so many items that we couldn't accommodate, scheduling them, but I wouldn't want to get too far along and then have someone find out, oh, there's only going to be 2 out of 7 commissioners, or we just have a quorum of 4. I think that gets a little disappointing for items to come, in that circumstance at the last minute.
Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioner Templeton.
Just a quick recap. I took some notes on the calendar. You may have as well, but it looks like we're sort of gravitating towards the 7/28 and 8/11 days back to back as being the ones where we have the most number of people absent and or other things going on. So just to have a straw man to throw out there to respond to for next time. I think that's the one where it looks like we've got a lot of people out and about. You're right about the mask mandate is going to change mid-June. Is that what you said? I think that's correct. And so we also need to talk about all of that. But I think that Ms. Tanner mentioned that at the beginning of the meeting, so there's more work to do on her end than ours, but it's going to be a eventful and full of change summer, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I would personally appreciate the chance to have a break. We have been going nonstop. Last year was an unusual one, and we've had a lot of meetings this year without any of them being canceled, which is wonderful. Been busy, but with all that's going on, it might be nice to have a little opportunity to have a brief reprieve to R&R. So, all right, thanks.
All right, so we will make a decision. I will hopefully make a decision on this at our next meeting on June 9th. And I'm not seeing any other hands or other commissioner comments, so I will declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you all.